Did you ever go to Twitter and then see those indie hackers posting their MRR screenshots like $5,000 here, $10,000 there, $20,000 here, and you thought to yourself like, damn, what the hell am I doing wrong? Well, this will actually change today because I will take you from A to Z on the technical side. We'll actually look at everything and then create a full-scale SaaS application. We will start off with creating a beautiful marketing site. We'll then go over and actually build a auth integration using Kinde, today's video sponsor. Then we will actually build our dashboard where the user can change the name, change the color theme, change the billing settings, subscribe to our plan using Stripe and a monthly recurring subscription. We can then create notes, delete notes, view notes, edit notes, whatever you want to do. So I will take you from A to Z, and then you will actually build your first fully functioning SaaS application. But hey, don't take my word for it. Let's go and check out the demo which I have right now on my screen and which we'll build in today's video. So on my screen you right now see what we'll build today. So this is the current marketing site which looks very nice in my opinion. Then we have right here the theme switcher. I can switch from light theme to dark theme, and if I refresh the page, the theme of course will be kept persisted because of local storage. Then I can click right here on sign in, and then we'll get redirected to Kinde, which is our today's sponsor, to make authentication easy. I will now sign in with my Google account. You now see I'm logged in, and you now see also that I have right here now my user navigation where I can log out if I want to. I can right here now create a new note. So let me create a new note. Let's just say, hey, how are you? And then let's just write some gibberish for our description. I will now click save now. You will see now we have in pending state. Also our cache is revalidated and will be redirected to /dashboard. I can now again edit this note if I want to. So I can say, hey, how are you today? And then I can click on save now. Again, we have in pending state and we'll get again redirected. Now you see we have an update right here, so I can now again delete this node if I want to. We have in pending state, and then you again have this default state. I can now, for example, click on the settings page right here. I can change general information for my name, but I can also change the color scheme. For example, let's change it to green. I will click on save now. We will now have a revalidation of the cache, and you see we now have a new color scheme. I can also click on billing right now, and now I can open my customer portal. If I don't have an active subscription, I can subscribe, but since I'm already subscribed, I can now open my customer portal. So let me do that. You now see I got redirected to the Stripe customer portal, and this also fully works. If I click to go back, you see we get redirected back to our dashboard. Now let me show you how our billing actually looks like if I don't have an active subscription. Now you see if I don't have an actual subscription, I can right here click to create a new subscription, and then I will get redirected to Stripe checkout to check out. Let me check out real quick. So you see we got redirected, and now we have a successful payment statement right here. So great, you see that's our demo, and that's what we'll build today. But now, since you know how our application will look like, let's also talk about what we'll use to build our SaaS. So we'll of course use as in framework Next.js.14 with the app router, so server components. We will use for styling shadcn UI, which are accessible and styled components with tailwindcss. For authentication, we will use Kinde Auth, which is a very nice authentication provider and also nicely the sponsor of today's video. And then we'll of course also use Prisma and Supabase, which provides a Postgres database to make our whole database layer work. At the end, we'll also use Stripe of course to make subscriptions work, and that should be all for today. But now I hope you enjoyed today's video, so now let's go. So to get started, I will cd into my desktop directory and cd into my YouTube directory, and then inside of here I will run npx create -next-app at latest to install the latest package of Next.js. Now the CLI will ask me a few names, so we'll name our application, I don't know, Marshall-SaaS, I think that's good. Then of course we will use TypeScript, we will use ESLint, then of course we will use tailwindcss. We won't use the source directory because we will use the app router, and we won't customize the default import alias. The CLI will now install Next.js. This will take about a minute or two, and once that's done, I will come back. So the CLI has now finally installed Next.js. That means I can now head over to Visual Studio Code and open the project. As you now see, I already opened the project, and if you want to do the same, you can go on top, on File, and click Open Folder. But now we have right here the default template. And now what does the default template actually ship? So currently we have right here in the page.tsx the index page, and this is the default index page. To see it, we can open the terminal with either Command J or on top terminal and new terminal. Inside of here, I will now start the dev server. So with npm run dev, you will now see the dev server will open on localhost 3000. So let me head over to localhost 3000. So I'm now on localhost 3000, and what do you see? Well, you see the default template which I just told you about. So to see it again, right here we have the page.tsx, which is the index page, and that's the code, and that's what you now see on our dev server. What I want to do right now is actually delete everything right here in the index page, so everything inside of this return statement. And what we can now do is, instead of that, let's just render a h1, and then let's just say, I don't know, hello from the index page, just to see if everything works. And yes, you see hello from the index page. Now there's one problem right now, and that's that you see currently we have a black background. Now this shouldn't be, it actually should be a white background color. Now how do you change it? Well, if you head over to the globals.css file, you'll again see a bit of default styles which ship when you create a new Next.js project. So what I will delete right here is everything right here. I will just not delete the add tailwind classes. We need the add tailwind classes to make tailwind CSS work. So now I have deleted everything besides the add tailwind classes, and if I now head over, you now see we have a white background color, which is very nice. And now what's the first thing I want to do? Well, the first thing I want to do is actually create a navbar. And to create the navbar, what I will do right now is head over to ui.shadcn.com. And what's shadcn UI, if you ask me? Well, shadcn UI is a styled component library which builds on Radix UI. What's Radix UI? Well, Radix UI is a non-styled accessible component library. And shadcn UI builds on Radix UI, takes those non-styled but accessible components and just styles them in a beautiful way. So that's why we will use shadcn UI in this project. So to get started, I will click on Docs, Installation, and for the framework we will use Next.js because that's the framework which we use. Right here we have a quick start guide. We already did step 1, which is to install a new Next.js project. The second step is to run the shadcn UI CLI, so I will just copy the command right here and I will use npm since we use npm for the project. Then let me open the terminal, let me stop my dev server, I will clear everything, paste the command again, and now the CLI will ask me again a few questions. So for the style we will use default, we will use as in base color slate, and CSS variables, sure, let's use them. And now right here the CLI now installs everything, and now everything is set up. So what we can do now is actually install a few components. So to get started, let's first of all install a button component. And right here you already see a preview of how the component will look like. Right here we have the installation, so let's copy npm, go in our terminal, install that. Let me also install a drop-down menu since we'll need that for our theme toggle. So let me click on npm and also install that. What you will now see is actually if I open my Explorer right here, the CLI has right here created a new components folder with an UI folder nested inside of it. Now inside of this UI folder, you will see that all of the shadcn UI components are actually created or generated, or they live in this folder in that case. And right here you also see all the styles, and if you want to, you of course can change them to your liking. But we won't change anything because they already look beautiful as they are. So now we have installed the button and the drop-down menu. So what we now can do is actually create dark theme or a dark theme toggler. For that, you can right here click on dark mode. They have a guide on how to create dark mode in Next.js. So let me click on Next.js. And the first thing we need is Next Themes. What's Next Themes? Well, that's actually the package which makes the whole process very easy. It helps us with storing our session, or not our session, but our theme preference in a local storage. And so the user can just, change the theme preference, and it will still get persisted even when the website is reloaded. So let me copy right here the installation command. Let's open our terminal. Let's install that. Then the second step is to create right here a theme provider. So let me copy the name right here, theme provider. Let's go in the app folder. Let's create a new folder, which will be called components. and then inside of here, let me paste the name themeprovider.tsx. Now for the file, I will just copy the content right here. I don't need to change anything. Everything's already perfect as it is. Then the next step is to wrap our root layout with the theme provider. Now, why do we have to do that? That's because we have to pass actually the theme preference to all of our children, and that's why we have to wrap our children with a theme provider. So what we have to do right here is let me copy the theme provider right here. Let's go to our root.tsx, or not our root, but our layout.tsx. And then right here we have our children. So what we have to do now is actually wrap our children with this theme provider, as you see right here. Now there's one important thing. Actually, let me first of all close right here also the theme provider. So let me copy it, let me paste it. So now again, there's one important thing. The theme provider, if you right here double click on it, it will tell you to import it from Next themes. Now it's important that you don't import that from Next themes because you will get errors. What I want you to do is import it from our components, since this is again a component which uses state. State has to be hydrated on the client, and that's why also we have to mark our theme provider as a use client component, because again it has to hydrate. So now I have imported our theme provider from our components, and now everything should work. Now the next step is actually to add a mode toggle, and with the mode toggle you can just change the theme preference, as you see right here. So let me click on code right here, and now you see how this code is written. So what we'll do is open our Explorer, go in the app folder, components, and let's create a new file called theme toggle.tsx. Now right here, let's just copy the code. So let me copy it and paste it inside of here. And do we get any errors? No, we don't get any errors, so that looks good. Now one thing I will do right here is change the name. Let's name it theme toggle and not mode toggle. And now we have actually created a theme toggle. So to see it right now, let me open my terminal. Let's clear everything. Let's start our dev server with npm run dev. This will again open on localhost 3000. So let's copy that and open it right here in a new browser tab. So now right here you see we don't have any theme toggle. Why is that? Well, that's currently because our theme toggle is just a component and it isn't rendered anywhere. So what we'll do right now is go inside of the page.tsx, and then let me delete this return statement. Let's do a div and let me render our theme toggle, and this is imported from our components. If I now save that, actually go back, you now see right here our theme toggle. So if I click on it and click on light mode, you now see the theme preference changes to whatever we want. And if I reload the page, you see the theme preference is still kept persisted. So this is very nice. So with this now sorted out, we can actually create now the navbar. So let's do that. To do that, we'll go in our Explorer, in the app folder, components folder, and let's create a new file called navbar.tsx. Now, how do we always start in this file? Well, we have to export a function. So let's do export function, let's say navbar, and then let me open this function. Inside of here, let me create a return statement, and then in the return statement, let's use a nav element. So right here, let me actually start with styling the navbar. Let's give it a class name. Let's do right here border of bottom. Let's do a BG of background. So the background color of the CSS variables, which we installed with shadcn UI. Then for the height, I will use a custom value of 10 viewport height. So 10% of the total height. Then let's give it a flex and items of center. Then inside of here, I will create another div element. Let me give it a class name of container, flex, items which will be center, and justify, which will be between. Now inside of this div element, what I will now do is actually create a link, and I will use the link component right here imported from next/link. Now why do I use the link component and not just the normal A tag as you know it? Well, the link component has actually a few benefits. So first of all, client-side rendering, prefetching, and just in total it's a nicer experience for the user. We don't have any hard refresh, but we have a client-side navigation. So now right here the link component currently complains a bit, and that's because we have to give it an href, and the href will just be the slash for our index page. Now in the link component, let's render a h1 tag, and let's just say Marshall SaaS. I think that's fine. Let's save it, let's see how that looks. And if I now go back, you see nothing. Why is that? That's again because we have currently a component which does not render anywhere. So what I will do right now is actually go in the layout, so right here in the layout, in our root layout, and then just render our navbar above our children. So let me import our navbar right here from our components, and if I now save that and go back, we should see a navbar right now. And that's what you now see. On the top, we have right here Marshall SaaS with a little border on the bottom. Now, the problem currently is that the title or our logo in that sense is not big enough. You barely see it. So what I will do right now is go back to our navbar component, give it a class name, and it will be font of bold and text of 3XL. Let's see how that looks. And yes, that's already way better because it's now way more bold. So now what's the next step? Well, I think the next step is actually on the right side. So on this side right here on the right, I now want to get our theme toggle and I want to have our login and sign up buttons. So what I will now do is go under this link element or component and create a new div element. Let's give it a class name of flex items, which will be center, and then also a gap of x5. So in between of all items, I want to have a gap x, or I guess padding on the x axis of 5. Now inside of here, what I want to do is render our theme toggle. So let me get our theme toggle. Let's see how that looks actually. Yeah, you now see on the right side this theme toggle, which looks quite nice. So now what else do I want on the right side? Well, I want to have a login button and a sign up button. So what we'll do right now is under the theme toggle button right here, let me create a new div element. Let's give it a class name of flex items, which will be center, and a gap x of 5. Now inside of this div element, I will create two buttons. For that, we'll use the button components from shadcn UI. The first button will just say sign in, and then the second button, again we'll use the button component, will say sign up. Now if I save that and go back, you will actually see that both buttons currently look the same. I don't want that. I want the sign up button to have a bit of a different style to the sign in button. So what we can do is actually right here for the sign up button, give it a variant, and for the variant I will say secondary. If I now save that and go back, you now see that the buttons currently look different, and now I just think this has now a better UI and UX for the user. So now you see our project has about 4 buttons, I guess. So the first one is our logo, and if I hover over our logo, you see on the bottom left corner that it links to our index page, so localhost 3000. On the right side now, we have right here our theme toggle. If I click on dark mode right here, you see our background color changes. If I click on light, it again changes. If I now again click on dark mode and refresh our page, you see the preference is kept persisted and we don't see any flash. So this is very nice. But now we have a problem. If I click on either sign in or sign up, you see nothing happens. This is of course not what we want to do. We of course want these buttons to work. So let's actually change that. How do we change it? Well, what I want you to do right now is go in my YouTube description and click on the first link. So let me click on this link right now and let's head over to this website. So now if you clicked in the YouTube description on the first link, you should now be at the same website as I am. Well, what is that website? Well, that's actually Kinde, our authentication provider for this video. And Kinde is actually friendly enough to sponsor today's video to make authentication for us very, very easy. Now, what exactly is Kinde? Well, again, Kinde is an authentication provider which makes auth very easy. You have multiple choices of what you can actually implement. You can make OAuth work, that's what we'll do, so GitHub and Google. You can also make Passwordless Auth work, so with magic links, that's also what we'll do right here. But if you would now want to extend that actually to SSO or multi-factor auth, credentials auth, or machine-to-machine connections, it will also be very, very easy, thanks to the simplicity of Kinde authentication. But now the cool thing is, they don't only offer auth. I mean, that's a bit boring, right? The nice thing is they actually also offer user management and with that also authorization. This is very cool because it's actually not that easy to build it on your own, and it's very great that Kinde actually offers it in-house. And the nice thing with Kinde authentication is actually that they are quite affordable and also way cheaper than, for example, Auth0. Also, we get in total 10,500 free users, and actually not free users but active free users, which is again very nice. So that's why we will use Kinde in this video, and thank you Kinde for sponsoring today's video. So now to get started, you will either click on sign in or start for free. If you don't have an account, click on start for free. I have an account, so I will click right here on sign in. This will now redirect us to the login page right here. So let me click on GitHub, since this is actually what I chose to create my account. So as you see, I have now been redirected to the dashboard of Kind, and I'm currently already in a project or business as they call it, but we of course don't want to do that. So what I can do right here is on the top, click on businesses and click on switch business. Now right here we will actually come to the dashboard where you see all of our projects. So currently I have already 2 projects. Let me click right here on add business, or in other terms add new project. Let's give it a name. So I will name it Marshall SaaS. Now for the domain, I will right here also add Next.js, because I already have a domain which is called Marshall SaaS. And then for the region, I will actually choose it to USA. Now right here, why do I choose as a region the USA? Well, it's actually quite simple. Later on, when we deploy our application to vercel, I will actually also deploy to the US, or our function region will be in the US. And it's also always quite beneficial that the region of data where it's stored is the same as where your application is stored. So that's why I will choose the USA. And now I can click on save, or in that case, I will now create a new project. So let's wait for that. So now you see the project has been created. So let me click on it right here. So on the link, this will now redirect us to the dashboard of the actual project. And once we are inside of here, let's actually do this quick start guide. So I want to start a project from scratch or use Kind in my existing project. So since we already have an existing code base, we have created a new Next.js project, I will click on the second option right here. Now let's click on next. So for the next step, then for our tag, we use Next.js. So let me click on that and let's click on next. And then how do we want our users to sign in? Well, let's use email, let's use Google right here, and let's maybe also use GitHub. So now we use Passwordless Auth, so magic links, Google OAuth and GitHub OAuth. Let me now click on next to actually see the next step. And now there are actually no further steps. And now we can actually get started. Right here I will click on no thanks. I will explore at my own pace. So now we are in the dashboard as you see. And the first thing you see is we don't have any users. But we'll change that, trust me. What I want to do right now is click right here on the docs, so on the right corner. Let me click on open link, a new tab, and now we are in the docs. Let me search for Next.js. Right here we have the Next.js docs, so let's click on them. And on the left sidebar right here, you see the docs for the individual SDKs. And since we use the app router, let me use the Next.js app router SDK version 2. So now right here we have our quick start guide, and the first thing we have to do is actually install right here the Next.js SDK. So let me click right here on this installation command. Let's open our terminal. Let me stop the dev server and let me paste the installation command. Now you see we have successfully installed the Kind Next.js SDK. So let's continue and see what the next steps are. So the next step is to set callback URLs. So let's see, we have to go to the settings. So let's go back right here. Let's click on settings. Then the next step is to click on applications. So let's see, where do we have applications? Let's see right here, applications. Then what's the next step? Our app and view details. So let's click on view details. And then the next step is to add callback URLs. So let's see, we have right here 2 callback URLs and they are already actually configured. So we don't have to change anything. They currently look very nice. Now what's the next step? The next step is to configure our environment variables right here. So we have to add our kind client ID, client secret, issuer URL, site URL, and then where we want to redirect after login or log out. So right here, let me just copy all of these environment variables. And what I will do now is open our Explorer, close everything, and then in our root directory, let's create a .env. And then in this env, let me just paste everything I just copied. Now, before I continue, let me right now go to our .gitignore file and add .env right here. Now, why did I add this .env right here? Well, that's because I don't want to push my secrets to GitHub and I want to make them private. So now let's go back to our env file, and now you see again our environment variables. So what do we have to do right here? Well, we have to add our kind client ID, kind client secret, and kind issuer URL. For that, let me go back to our dashboard, and right here again in our details we already have everything. So first of all, let me copy the client ID and let me paste it right here for our client ID. Then the next step is let me copy right here our client secret and let me paste it right here for the client secret. And then the last step is to add our client issuer URL, and that's right here our domain. So let me copy the domain and let me also paste it right here. So now we have created the client ID, the client secret and the URL. And now for these three environment variables, we don't have to change anything because our site URL is actually correct with localhost 3000. Our post logout redirect URL is also correct, since when we log out, I want to redirect to our homepage. And then our post login redirect URL is also correct, since after we log in, I want to redirect to dashboard. So now that's very nice and very cool. And now we are already finished with the environment variables. And then the next step is to set up our kind of route handlers. For that, we have to create an API folder, an auth folder, and kind of folder, and then the route.ts file. So let me actually do that. Let me open the Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. Let's create an API folder. Then in the API folder, I will create an auth folder, as you see right here, API auth. Then right here, we'll use these brackets and kind of. Let me create a new folder in auth with this name. And then right here, let's do route.ts. Now route.ts is actually used to make the route handler work, and if you name it somehow differently, it won't work. Now for the content of this route handler, I will just copy everything from kind of, since it's already configured. And now actually our route handler is done, and you could also say that our process now actually works. So let's see what the next step is. Right here we now have a migration guide. We don't need it since we're already on the newest version. And now we have come to the last step. And the last step is how to set up authentication. And thankfully it's very, very easy, because all you have to do right here is get the login link and the register link. And then you wrap whatever button you have. So if you head over to our navbar right here, where is it? Let me open it. You right here see we have a button or two buttons. All we have to do is actually wrap these buttons with the login link and the register link, and then we're actually done. So let's actually test out if everything works. So let me copy this import statement right here for the import register and login link. So what I will now do is wrap our sign in link with this login link, which I've just imported. So let me wrap it right here. And then for the register or sign up link, let me do the same. Let me get our register link and wrap it with our button. Let me save it. Let's go back to localhost 3000. You see the dev environment is not running, so let's do an npm run dev to restart our dev server. This will now again take a bit, so let me actually wait for that. So now you see my dev server is again running. Let me reload it just to be safe. And now I think it's time to test it out. So let me right here click on sign up. We should now be redirected actually. Let's see, it loads right here on the top as you see, and we got redirected. So now we are on this domain, on the kind domain, and you now see I can actually sign up. So let me right here just choose GitHub actually. So let me click on GitHub. You see we now have a nice loading indicator, and this should now redirect us, if it's successful, to the /dashboard page. And as you see right here on the top URL, we got redirected to /dashboard, which is quite cool. Now right here we get an 404 not found. Why is that? Well, that's because we haven't created an actual dashboard page. So what I will do is open our Explorer, then in the app folder, let me create a new folder called dashboard. And then in the dashboard folder, let's create a page.tsx. Now, how do we start right here? Let's do an export default function. Let's just call it dashboard page. I think that's fine. And let me open that function. Inside of here, let me just return a div and let's say h1 and let's say hello from the, I guess, dashboard. Let's save it. Let's go back. Let me reload it. And as you see now, we don't get any errors anymore. And we now have right here hello from the dashboard. So now this fully works. But now we have a problem, right? Even though we are in the dashboard and we are also signed in, we still have the sign in and sign up buttons. We of course don't want that. When we are signed in, we want to get the sign out button. Now to fix that, it's actually quite simple. Let's head over back to the navbar. Let me close everything right here and just leave the navbar open. And now the first thing to actually show the logout button, we of course first have to be sure that the user signed in, so that the user has a valid session. Now how do you do that? Well, thankfully Kind makes it quite simple. If you want to, you can go again to the docs right here. And if you scroll down a bit right here to kind of data, you see that we only need one function actually, and that's the kind server session. So let me right here import that. So right here we import get kind server session from kind OSS kind of nextjs/server. Now in the navbar component, what I can do right now is do a const, then right here we can destructure it. I will leave it empty for now, and this will be equal to get kind server session. Now right here you will see is if I click right here on Control spacebar, you will get all of the options which you want to use in your project. Now I actually only need one function, and that's the isAuthenticated function, and with that I will then just see, hey, is the user authenticated or is the user not authenticated? So right here we have our div with our login link and our register link. Let me just copy this div for now, and what I will now do is right here internally. So right here we'll do an await is authenticated, and if this is true, let me return something, and if this is false, let me return something else. So first of all, if this is not true, let me return again this login and register link button, and if this is actually true, so the user is authenticated, let me just right here use a button component, and let's say log out. Let me save that. Now you see we get an error right here with await. It tells me await expressions are only allowed within async functions. Now the thing is, actually, since this is a server component, it's actually safe to mark it as async right here, since this will not be leaked to the client, since again it's a server component and only once on the server. So now actually what we can do is head over to our Next.js page and we load it, and now on the right side you see a logout button. Now again, why do we see the logout button? That's because we currently have a valid session, and that's why we can log out if we want to. But now if I click on this button logout, you see nothing happens. So how do you fix it? It's again thankfully very simple. So right here where we import our register link and login link, we can actually also import a logout link. So it's actually the same process as with the login link and register link. You just have to wrap the element with which you want to log out. So right here we have our button, and what I will do is wrap this button with our logout link component. And if I now save that and go back, you see our page. Let me just reload it to be safe. Let me click on logout, and what should now happen is that we should get redirected to our index page. And as you see, that's exactly what happened. We got redirected, and now in the navbar we see the sign in and sign up buttons. So now I can again click on sign in right here. We'll get again redirected to the kind page right here. I can log in with GitHub, so let me click continue. We see the loading indicator on the bottom, and we now should be redirected to /dashboard, and that's exactly what you see. We now have in the navbar the logout button, and this works perfectly. So now let me again click on logout. We should again get redirected, and yes, you see this works perfectly. Now, isn't it great? We have made authentication work in just a matter of minutes. We have created a sign-in button, we have created a sign-up button, we have made GitHub OAuth, Google OAuth, Passwordless Auth work in just a matter of minutes. Everything fully works. We can sign in, sign up, log out, create accounts, log in our accounts. Again, very, very easily. If you now head over actually to, again, the kind dashboard, click on home right here, you will now see right here you have one active user. Now the active user is myself, or for you it will be yourself. But if you would now have multiple users, you would actually see them all in your dashboard, which is quite nice. But now, since we have made the navbar work and the authentication flow, let's actually now create our homepage. So currently our homepage, or marketing site in that case, is completely empty, and we just have this little light bulb to change our theme. I of course don't want to do that, so let me change that. For that, let me go to our page.tsx. Now the page.tsx is our index page, and as you see, we currently just render the theme toggle. Again, of course, I don't want to leave it like that, so let me delete everything in the return statement, and let me actually return a section. Now in this section element, I want to create a class name. Let's right here just do a flex, items of center, justify of center, bg of background, and let's also give it a height of a custom value of 90 viewport height. Now, what's again this 90 viewport height? Well, it just tells the screen, hey, I want to take 90% of the total height of the screen, so 90 viewport height. Now, inside of the section, let me create a div element. Let's give it a class name. This will be relative. Then we will have items, which will be center, w, which will be full, padding x of 5, and padding y of 12, mx, which will be auto, LG of PX of 16, max width, which will be 7XL, and on medium devices, so devices which have a minimum width of 768 pixels, let's right here do a padding X of 12. Now inside of this div element, I will create another div element. I know you love to see it. Right here, let's create a class name of max width, which will be 3XL, mx of auto, and text, which will be center. Then inside of this div, we'll create another div, and this was now the last div for now. Now inside of here, what I'll do now is create a span element. Let me give the span element a class name of WAuto. Let's do right here padding X of 6, padding Y of 3, then a rounded, which will be full, and a BG of secondary. Then inside of the span, I will create another span, and then inside of here, let me just say sort your nodes, I don't know, easily. Let me spell that correctly. I think that's correct. Let's see how that looks. And right here you now see sort your nodes easily, which is quite nice. Let me actually delete the dot. I don't need it. Let me also style it since it currently does not look good. So let's give it a class name of text, which will be small, font, which will be medium, and text, which will be primary. Let's see how that looks. And yes, it looks quite nice. Now, one thing you currently see is that we have a theme where our color is like an darkish blue or black, I am not quite sure. What we can do right now is head over to UI.shadcn and actually change the theme. So if you click right here on themes, you can change the color or the base color of your theme. Now, I will right here use orange, so let me click on copy code and let me just copy the whole code. I can now go to our globals.css file and actually change this add layer base where we actually use the CSS variables. So let me add that, and if I now go back to our Next.js page, you now see that the primary color has changed to this orange color. Let's see how it looks in dark mode, and yes, you see it looks very, very nice. So now we have created a span element right here, and now the next step is actually to create like a little title. So what I will do right now is go back to the page.tsx, and under the first span and under the second span, I will now create an h1 tag. And right here, let me just say, I don't know, create, let me spell it correctly, create nodes with ease. I think that's fine. Let me also style that, since if you check it out right now, it does not look good at all. So let me give the h1 a class name of margin top, which will be 8, text, which will be 3XL, font, which will be extra bold. Let's also do a tracking, which will be tight, and then I think also a LG of text, which will be 6XL. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, it looks quite nice. As you see, it's now more bold, and also we have some margin on the top. Now, another thing I also want to add is a small description. So under the h1 tag, let me add a p tag, and let me actually just add a bit of lorem ipsum. And now, if you check it out, it does not look nice. So let me style the p tag right here. Let's give it a class name of max width XL, mx, which will be auto, margin top, which will be 8, text, which will be base. Then let's also do a LG of text, which will be XL, and text, which will be secondary of foreground. Let's see how that looks. And yes, you see it looks already a bit better. Let me make it a bit less content. I think it's a bit too much, so let me delete that. This should look better. And yes, it's now a bit better, as you see. Now the last thing I want to do is on the bottom, I want to have a sign up button. So what I will do right here is go under the p tag and under the div tag. Let me create another div element. Let's give it a class name of flex. Let's do right here justify, which will be center, and a max width, which will be SM, mx, which will be auto, and margin top of 10. Now inside of this div element, I will create a button component, or I will use the button component from our components. And inside of here, let's say sign up for free. Let's see how that looks. And that's what you see right now. You see it does not look good actually. So right here, let me actually style our button. Let's give it right here in size property, and the size property will be LG. And let's also give it a class name of W full. Let's see how that looks. Now this is how our button currently looks. You see it does not look good, so I have misspelled a few things. So this should first of all be spelled correctly, so justify center, and then max width should not be XM but SM. Now let's see how that looks, and yes, this already looks 1000 times better, as you see. So now you see our actual marketing site has been created. Now there's currently one problem. If I click on the sign up button, you see nothing happens. So to change that, what you can do is go to the navbar. Let me again import this components from kind. I'll go back to our index page, paste our imports, and all I need is the register link component. I can now wrap this button in our register link component, and as you will now see, if I save that and go back and click on the sign up for free button, we should get redirected to the kind website. Let's see. And as you see, yes, we get redirected, and this button now also works. So now, since we have created the fun stuff, so the navbar, the whole authentication process, a beautiful marketing site, I think we should now head over to our dashboard and create the actual software as a service. So let's do that. Now the time has come to make our dashboard look nice, and it will be actually quite simple how we'll create a nice looking dashboard. So if you check our Explorer right now, we have our app folder, and then inside of here we have our dashboard folder. Now currently in our dashboard folder we only have a page.tsx, so the index page that you see right here. But of course we don't want to leave it like that, because at the end of the day our dashboard will have multiple pages, like the index page, then the page to create new nodes, then the page for the settings, etc. So there's currently the problem, or there will be a problem if we don't fix it, that for every page that we'll create, we'll have to again create the same layout. Now, a simple fix for that is actually to create a global layout file for our dashboard. So what I'll do now is inside of the dashboard file, let's create a layout.tsx, and now this layout will be applicable to all the files or all the pages in our dashboard subdirectory. So now inside of here, what I'll do is, first of all, let's do an export default function. Let's name it dashboard layout. And then let me just open this function right here. Now inside of here, let's create a return statement. And for now, let's just say div and h1 hello from the dashboard layout. Let's save it. Let's see what we see right here. And now we see hello from the dashboard layout. But now if you watch closely, you will see a problem. Right now we have this dashboard layout, which is nice. But what happened with this index page? So with this right here, hello from the dashboard, I can't see it anywhere. Well, it's actually because we don't render it right here. Currently this layout file now works like an index page. But to fix it, if you actually also check the root layout, we have to pass our children. If we pass our children, it will render the actual pages, so the index page, then the settings page, etc. So again, what do we do right here? We actually have to right here destructure our children in the params. Then our children, let's give it a type. The children will be have a type of React node. React node is imported from React. And then under the h1, I can just pass my children. So let's check it out. And now you see hello from the dashboard layout. And then we render the children. So we see the index page hello from the dashboard. So we see now this works. Now let's actually create the layout, because this is of course not how it will look like at the end. So let me delete this whole div element. Let me create a new div element. Let's give it a class name of flex, flex of call, space of y, 6, and margin top of 10. Then inside of here, I will create another div element. Let's give it a class name. This will be container. Let's give it a grid and flex of 1. Then we'll give it a gap, which will be 12. A medium of grid, which will be calls of, let's do a custom value, which will be 200 pixels underscore 1 fr. Now what exactly is this MD grid called 200 pixels underscore 1 fr? Well, it's actually quite simple. So if you can remember, on the left side we'll have our nav links, and then on the right side we'll have the content. And with this I say, hey, let's do right here the dashboard nav, so the links 200 pixels, and then the whole other space, let's leave it for our layout or for our pages. So we say, hey, navbar, let's do 200 pixels, and for the rest, just leave it 100%. So that's what we do right here with this 200 pixels underscore 1 fr. Now inside of this div element, let's create an aside, and then let's give it also a class name. So let's do class name of hidden. So if we're on a small device, I don't want to show this nav elements. Then let's give it a custom width value of 200 pixels. Let's do flex of call, and on medium devices flex. Then inside of here, we'll render a component. For now, let's just say h1 of hello. And then under the aside right here element, let's do a main element and let's just wrap our children or render our children inside of this main element. Let's see how that looks right now. So let's go back and now you see the layout. On the left side, we have right here where later on our links will live. And then on the right side, we have the area where all of our pages, or in that case, our content will live. So now I think the time has come to actually create the nav items. And for that, again, we'll create a separate component. So what I want you to do now is open your Explorer again. Let's go in the app folder, components folder, and let's create a new file called dashboardnav.tsx. Now, how do we start inside of here? It's always the same. We start with an export function. Let's name it dashboardnav. Let me open that. And then inside of here, let's return a h1 with hello. What we can do now is actually, instead of right here rendering the h1, let's render our new component which we have created, which is called dashboardnav. So I import that from our components. Let's save it. And as you see, still everything works as it worked before. Great. So let me now actually style our dashboard nav and actually make it work. So let me delete the old return statement. Let's create a new return statement. Let's use the nav element right here. And let's first of all give it a class name of grid, items which will be start, and let's do a gap of 2 actually. Now inside of here, I will actually now render our items. Now you could of course just render item by item, do it hard coded. It works, I guess, it's fine. But we won't do it like that. We'll actually create an array and then map over the array and then just render the items. So above our function right here, what I want you to do now is let's do an export const nav items. This will be equal to an array with multiple objects. Now for the first object, let's give it a name. The name will be home for our home page. And then also we of course need an href, so where this link will actually navigate to. And the href will just be /dashboard, since this will be the index page. Let's also give it an icon, and for the icon, let me actually first of all add a comma. For the icon, we'll just do a home icon imported from Lucid React. Let's create another object, or in that case, another link. So right here, let's give it a name. For the name, let's just say settings. For the href, this will be /dashboard/settings. And then let's give it an icon, and for the icon this will be settings, not in strings. Let's write it again, settings imported from Lucid React. Then let's create another object or a link. Let's say name, this will be billing. Let's give it an href, the href will be /dashboard, the /billing. And let's also give it an icon, and for the icon this will be credit card, again imported from Lucid React. So now this looks nice. We have now created an array with in total 3 objects or 3 links, and now we can map over them and actually show them. So how do I do that? Well, inside of this nav element, let's get our nav items, which we have created right here. Let's do a .map, let me get the item, and let's also get an index, and let's just return that inside of here. Now inside of here, I can actually render a link element or a link component imported from next link. Let's self-close that, let's save that. And right here you see we get an error. We actually get 2 errors. First of all, missing key prop and property href is missing. So first of all, let's give it a key prop. For the key prop, it will just be the index. And for the href, this will be the item.href. Now inside of this link element, we can now actually render our item. So what I'll do is create a span element. Now inside of the span element, let's first of all render actually the link name and the icon. So right here, first of all, let's get our item.icon. This is a self-closing tag. Let's get a class name of margin right 2, age of 4, and also width of 4. Under that, let's render a span element and with our item.name. Let's see how that looks. So let's go back, let's see. Now you see right here our logo and also the nav item. Now you see they are not styled, also they are not aligned horizontally, they are currently aligned vertically, and this of course does not look good, but we'll fix that right now. So right here for the span element, which is actually the parent element, we'll actually style this span element. So let's give it a class name, and now instead of writing it in strings, we'll right here use these brackets get our CN, so that's actually a helper, which I can import from our lib file or our lib folder. And then inside of here, let's actually write a few styles. So first of all, group, let's give it in flex, items which will be center. And if you save that, you already see this looks now already way better, but still we are not done. Let's give it in rounded, which will be medium, padding X of 3, padding Y of 2, text which will be SM, font which will be medium. Let's now see how that looks. Yes, this is already way better. You see it's now a bit more spaced out, and also the text looks a bit better. Now also let's give it in hover. The hover will be BG of accent. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, this already looks very nice in my opinion. And now another thing is currently also the text. Let me also change our text color on hover. So let's do in hover of text, which will be accent foreground. Let's see how that looks. And yes, this looks beautiful in my opinion. Let's see how it looks in light mode. And yes, this also looks very, very nice. But now there's one problem. Currently we are on the /dashboard route, so the index page of the dashboard. And in that case, also our home page right here, or this home nav link, should have this background color. So how do we actually achieve this? Well, let me show it to you. So the first thing we actually have to do is get the path name. So our path name, for example, currently is /dashboard. If we will click on settings, it will be /dashboard/settings. So what we have to do right here is, first of all, get an helper function. So let's do const path name. This will be equal to use path name. Now use path name is imported from next/navigation. And if I now save that, you will see we'll get an error. And that's because use path name only works in client components. So what we have to do is on top right here, just mark our component as use client. If I now save it and go back, you will see the error is now gone and still everything works. What we can do now is actually console log our path name. So let's do console.log path name just to see what it spits out. So if I now save it and go back, let me reload the page real quick. You will now see in the console, we now console log /dashboard. So this is our current path name. And what we want to do now is actually right here in our front end code, check if the current path name is equal to the item.href. And if it's equal, I want to show a background color. And if not, let's leave it transparent. So how do we do that? Well, right here, let me add a comma, and then let's get our path name right here. And now we'll check if this is equal to our item.href. What I want to do is, so I will use internally, if this is true, let's use BG of accent. And if this is not true, let's use a colon and let's say BG of transparent. Let's save it. Let's see how that looks. And now you should see, yes, the homepage or this home nav link now has this beautiful background color. And if we would now, for example, click on this button, if it would work, currently it does not work, then the settings page would have the corresponding background color. Let's see how it looks in dark mode right now. And yes, it looks very, very nice. So now I would actually already say that our dashboard nav is fully working. We show all the links and they are also styled very, very nice. Maybe one thing that you could do if you want to do that, it isn't a must, for our item.icon right here, we can also add a text which will be primary. Again, if you want to, then you will see that our color has now changed to this nice orange color, so our primary color of shadcn UI. Again, you don't have to do that, but I will leave it like that since I think it looks actually quite nice. Another thing I will change right now is right here, our logo. So I will go in our navbar right here, and then where do I have it? Marshall SaaS. Let me wrap the SaaS name actually in a span element. And then I will give my span element a class name of text, which will be primary. If I now save it and go back, you now see that my logo has changed and still everything works as it's expected. So now there's currently one thing I don't like. On the top right corner, we have the logout button. And inherently, it does not look that bad. But we can make it way better. We can show my profile image, then we can have like a drop-down menu, so we can make it way better. So let's actually do that. To do that, actually what we have to do is go in the app folder, in the components folder, and I will create a new file called usernav.tsx. Now inside of here, how do we start? We start as we always do with an export function. Let's call it usernav. And let me open that inside of here. Now, inside of here, we'll need a few things. Only actually 3 components. The drop-down menu, the button, and the avatar. Now, currently, we don't have the avatar installed. So what I will do is open a new tab. Let's go to ui.shadcn.com. And then let's search for an avatar. I will need that, so let me click right here for the installation command. I will copy it, go in my terminal, stop everything, clear everything, and then paste it to install the new avatar. Now once that's installed, let me actually restart my dev server. So right here it has installed. Let's do an npm run dev to restart our dev server, and now I can actually start coding my user nav. So let's create a return statement right here, and let's start with a drop down menu. Now it's very important that you import the drop down menu not from Redux UI but from components. And actually I don't mean just the drop down menu. Every component which we import, I want you to import it from the components and not from Redux UI. Because if you import a component from Redux UI, everything will still work, there's no problem. But the problem is that it won't be styled. And we of course want our components to be nice and accessible. So let me import a drop-down menu from our components. And then inside of the drop-down menu, we have to get a drop-down menu trigger. Now the drop-down menu trigger is again imported from our components. Let's close that. Now inside of this drop-down menu trigger, let me actually give it also an attribute. So the attribute will be as child. Now inside of the drop-down menu trigger, let's get the button. Now the button is again imported from our components. And then inside of the button, I want to get an avatar. Now the avatar is again imported from our components. Then inside of the avatar, we will actually render an avatar image. Now the avatar image is also imported from our components. You saw I just mistakenly imported it from Redux UI. This is incorrect, again from our components, and this is in self-closing tag. Now currently what have we done? We have now imported a dropdown, and then inside of the dropdown we have a button which is the trigger of our actual dropdown menu content, which we'll add later. For now we have to actually add also in source for our avatar image. So let's give it in source, let's also give it an alt property. Now for the source, let me actually just go to the shadcn UI website, click on code right here, and let me just copy the image right here URL. I will use it just for now, temporary. Of course, we'll later on change it to be dynamic. Let's paste it and let's see how that looks. Yeah, we don't see anything. Why is that? Well, because we don't render the component anywhere. So what I will do right now is go inside of our navbar component, and now instead of rendering right here a logout button, let me just delete everything and let's just render our user nav element. So let's import that, self-closing tag, and let's see how it looks like. Yeah, it does not look nice as you see. We have a button, a avatar, somehow some weird stuff. So let's change that. Let's go back to our user nav actually, and let's start with the button. I don't want to have it in background color, and also I want it to be rounded. So first of all, for our button, let's give it in variant. The variant will be ghost actually, and with ghost, if I save it, you will see the background color is not there anymore, and now we just have it on hover. Then what else do we need? Let me also give it in class name. Now this will be relative, age of 10, width of 10, and rounded, which will be full. Let's see how that looks like, and yes, you see this is now perfect. Now let's continue with our avatar. Let me also style it. Let's give it a class name. This will be age of 10, width of 10, and also rounded of full. So very nice. But now there will be one problem actually. Currently we render an image, as you see right here, which is nice. But if we don't render an image, so let me just comment out this source right here. So I will comment it out. Let's save it. Let's see. And now you see we don't see anything. It's like gone. If we just hover over it, we get a background color. What is in simple fix actually? Under this avatar image, I can now render a avatar fallback. With the avatar fallback, again imported from our components, I just make sure if the image is not rendered for some case, because we don't have an image or the image is corrupted, I don't know, we can just render an actual name. So I can now just say Jan, and if I now save it and go back, you now see we render right here Jan, which is very nice. But now if I actually uncomment our image again and save it, you will now see our image is still loaded. Again, our avatar fallback is only there if our image is loading, not loaded, or it's broken, something like that. But if the image is there, our image will also load, as you see right here. So this works very nice. But now the problem is, if I click on this user nav, of course nothing happens. And what we want to do is that we actually create a drop-down menu. So let's actually do that right now. So under this drop-down menu trigger, what I want to import now is a drop-down menu content. Now the drop-down menu content is imported from our components. Now let me actually also style it. So let's give it a class name of W, which will be 56. Let's also do an align. So the system property provided by shadcn UI. This will be end. And then let's also add right here a force mount. Let's save it. And now inside of this drop-down menu content, I actually want to render my name and also my email. So right here, what I will do is render a drop-down menu label, again imported from our components. Now inside of here, let me render a div element, and let's give it a class name of flex which will be call, and space of y which will be 1. Now inside of here, I will render two p tags. Now the first p tag, I will render my name, and then in the second p tag, I will render my email. So right here for the name, let me just say, I don't know, Jan Marshall. And then for the email, I would say jan@linux.de. Let's save it. Let's see how it looks like. And yeah, you see it does not look very nice, but we'll fix that. So right here for our p tag, let me actually say class name, text, which will be SM. Let's also do a font, which will be medium. And let's also do a leading of none. Let's save that. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah, it looks quite nice. Now let's also style our email. So let's give it a class name. This will now be text of XL and leading again, which will be none. And let's also do a text muted of foreground. Let's save it. Let's see. And yes, this looks very, very nice in my opinion. So now you see, if I click on this user button, we now get the name and the email, but we're still not done. What I want to now render is also actually the links. So right here we have 3 links, and that's exactly what I also want to do right here. So let's do that. So under this drop-down menu label, let's actually import the drop-down menu separator. Again, from our components, self-closing tag. We don't have to style it. Now, under this drop-down menu separator, let me now import the drop-down menu group, again from our components. And now inside of this drop-down menu group, I want to map over my navigation items. So right here, let's get our nav items imported from our dashboard nav.map. Let me get the item and the index, and then let me actually return that. Now inside of here, let me now actually get the drop-down menu item, again from our components. And now we have to actually give it a few properties. The first one as child, and then the second one, which is important, is the key. Now we have to add the key to prevent any hydration errors and warnings, and the key will just be our index. Now inside of this drop-down menu item, I can now render a link, or the link component again, from next/link. And let me actually also give it an href first of all. So right here, let's give it an href. This will be item.href. Let's also give it a class name, which will be wfull, flex, justify, which will be center, and let's also do items, which will be also center. Now, inside of this link element, I want to render my item.name, so let's get our item.name. So if I now save it, let's see how it looks like, and we get an error. It tells me attempted to call map from the server, but map is on the client. Now, we could of course just actually adapt this component to a use client component, but there's actually also a different way, and inside of our dashboard nav, I will just copy this export const nav items. Let me copy it, delete it from here, and then inside of our user nav, let me first of all delete this import, and let me just paste what I've just copied. So now, first of all, right here, I have to import the home icon from Lucid React. I have to import our settings from Lucid React, and I have to import our credit card from Lucid React. Now right here we won't get any errors, but for our dashboard nav, we now have an error where we don't import the nav items. So let me import them from our user nav, and if I now save that, you'll see everything still works, and we don't get any errors anymore. If I now click right here on the top on our user nav, you now see the 3 links. Now, admittedly, I don't even know how to spell it here, so whatever I mean, this is how it's spelled. These current links don't look very nice. So let's actually fix that. For that, it's again quite simple. Let's go back to our user nav. And now inside of our user nav, let's actually first of all render also our icon. So under this item.name where we render it, let me also use a span element and get actually our item.icon. This is a self-closing tag. Let's give it a class name of w4 and h of 4. So now let me actually save it. Let's go back, and yeah, it does not look quite good. So our link name and our icon are both centered in the middle. Now this shouldn't be. Our name should be actually on the left, and then this icon should be on the right side. And the fix for that is that right here I've said justify center, but it shouldn't be justify center, but it should be between actually. And if I now do it like that, you will see now it already looks 1,000 times better and it looks how it should look. Now what's the next step? The problem now is where we have changed this logout button to this user nav, we can't log out anymore. So what do? We now create a button so that the user can actually log out. So for that, let's go back, and right here we have our drop down menu group. Let me go under it, and then right here let me again get the drop down menu separator actually right here. This is again in self-closing tag, and then under here what I want to now get is again the drop down menu item, and then inside of here let me first of all give it a class name. This will be again WFOL flex, justify again of between, and then also items which will be off center. This is again the same class name that I gave this link component right here, so it shouldn't be any new thing for you. Also right here let's give them property of as child, since this is in child. Now inside of here let me actually render our logout, and then let's also get a span element, and then inside of the span element let me import an icon called door closed from Lucid React. This is in self-closing tag. Let's give them class name of W4 and age of 4. Now if I save that and go back, we actually get an error. React children only expected to receive a single React element child. What it says in basic terms is it expected one element, but we actually passed the two elements, so logout and a span element. What I could do right now is just wrap them in a div element, and then the error will actually go away, as you will see right now. If I now click on it, everything still works, and we have now a logout button. But if I now click on this logout button, well, nothing happens. So how do we make the logout actually work? Well, if you again go back to our navbar element, how did we make signing in and registering work? Well, we used right here this login component and register component. And now we need again this logout link component. So let me again copy this import statement, since if I import that manually it would take too much time. And now inside of our user nav, let me just again import that, and we only need the logout link. So import logout link from kind or OSS kind of Next.js components. And now at the bottom, instead of rendering a link or a div, let's now render the logout link. So I will save that. So now the time has come to see if the logout link actually works or the button works. So let me click on it. We should now get redirected to the index page. And as you see, that's exactly what happened. This is very, very cool, and it fully works. So let's again test it out. Let me click on sign in. Actually, I should now get redirected to the kind website. Yes. Let me click on actually continue with Google. I will now log in with my Google account. Now right here tells me we can find your account, and that's correct. My Google account hasn't been created right now. So let me click right here on create account. This will now take a second, and we should get redirected to /dashboard, and that's exactly what happened. Now there's one problem now. We right now hard-coded the name and the email and also the image, but we of course don't want to hard-code it, we want to get the actual values. So how do we actually do that? That's again quite simple. To do that, I will actually go to the navbar right here, and we already get this isAuthenticated function. Let me now also get actually the get user function, and let's do right here constant user, and this will be equal to await get user. Now right here with this user, if you hover over it, we now have a type of kind user, and what I could now do is an user dot, and now I have a few options. I can get the email, the family name, given name, so the first name, the ID, and the picture. And for our user nav, we want the name, the email, and the picture. So what I will do is actually for the user nav, I will actually create an interface, and then I will get these items through our params. So let's actually now put that into reality. Let me again go to our user nav component, and what I will do right here inside of the params, let me destructure it. I want to get a name, I want to get an email, and I want to get an image. Now this of course complains because it does not know what types these are, so let me give it a few types. The name will be a string actually, the email will also be a string, and then of course the image will also be a string. So let's save it, and now you see we don't get any errors anymore. If I now go to the navbar component, it now actually complains. It tells me right here that the following properties are missing: the name, the email, and the image. So let's add them. Right here for the user nav, let me right here give it first of all the email. The email will be the user.email. Let's see right here an as string. Then the second property will be the image. This will be the user.image, or not image but picture, as string. And now for the name, again, we have two types actually. If you again check it, we have the user.given name and family name. I will now just render the given name. So let's do for the name right here. Let's say user.givenName as string. So now this should work actually. Let's go back. Let me reload the page. And we shouldn't get any errors first of all. No, we don't get any errors, but we still don't render the live data. So let's again go back to the user nav actually. And then for the user nav right here, instead of using this hard-coded email, let's use our dynamic value of email. Then for my name, let's actually also use the dynamic value of name. And then the last thing, the picture right here, let me add the picture. So this should be image. Let's save that and let's see if that works. So I now will reload this page and now this is what you see. You see the name and you see actually my email, which is quite nice. Now you don't see the profile image, and this is just a thing with Google Images. If you now actually go back to the nav bar and right here, let's do a console.log and let's do a user.picture. Let me save that actually. Let's reload it right now. We get null. So what I'll do right now is real quick, just log out and log in again with Google. And now you see right here in the console actually the user image. And now this is quite nice because now you also see the image right here. So this now fully works as you see. Now let me delete this console.log again. I don't need it. And this is very nice. So we now get the fresh name and also the fresh email and the profile image. I can log out and also click on all of these links, and on the bottom left you also see that the link actually works. So now since actually the user nav fully works, as you see we get fresh data, and that our layout actually works, so we have our nav links right here, I think the time has now come to actually set up our database. So in that sense, Supabase and Prisma to make querying work and also to store our users, which we right now create, also in our personal database. So I think the first thing we should do right now is head over to Supabase. So I'm now at supabase.com, and if you didn't know, Supabase is actually an open source alternative to Firebase, and we'll use Supabase actually to get a Postgres database. So to get started, I will right here click on the top to dashboard, and then right here you see I'm now in the dashboard. So let me create a new project. Let me choose my organization. Then for the project name, I will just say Marshall SaaS Production, because this will be my production build. Let's generate a password. I will copy this password actually. Let me go to my .env file and I will just paste it right here because I will need it in a second. And I will leave the region actually in the US, since my application will also be hosted in the US, and it's always nice if the data and your application are both hosted in the same region. So now let me click on create new project. This will take about a minute or two. And while this project is being created, let's actually install Prisma in the meantime. Now, what is Prisma? Well, Prisma is actually an ORM which we'll use, and with Prisma we'll then query our data, mutate our data, etc. So it's just a type-safe ORM, and it's quite nice to use. So to get started, I stopped my dev server, and now let's do an npm I -d Prisma. Now this dash capitalized D just tells I guess the CLI of our project that this is a development dependency and should only work in the development environment. And that means when we deploy our application to production, so to vercel, Prisma or the actual application size won't be applicable to our total bundle size. So now let me click enter. So Prisma has been now installed. Now we also need npm I at prisma/client. So now both Prisma and the Prisma client have been installed. So now I can do an npx prisma init. And also one thing is, if you don't want to type out installation commands manually, of course you can open my actual YouTube description or GitHub readme, whatever you want, and just copy the installation commands from there if you want to. And now you see we have actually initialized Prisma. So it tells us right here, warning, you already have a git ignore file. Don't forget to add .env into it. We already did that, so we can skip this step. Now the next steps are to set up a database URL and then create our schema, etc. So if I now just open actually my .env file, or we are already in it, you right here now see we have created a new environment variable, and this is the database URL. Now currently the database URL is just a default non-working example, but we of course will change it in a second to our Supabase URL. Another thing that has been created by Prisma is the Prisma folder with a file called schema.prisma. In the schema.prisma file, our schema will live, so all of our models, like a user model, a nodes model, or also our subscription model. So we then just store our data based on our schema or based on our models, however you want to see it. Let's now check if Supabase is done initializing, and I think it's almost done. I can right here click on project settings, then I can click on database. So right here at the top we now have our connection string, and that's exactly what we need. So I will click right here on copy, and then let's go back. Let me go back to the env file, and let me delete this whole string actually. I've now pasted what we have just copied, so our database URL, and now there's actually one important thing right here. Right here we have your password. And if you can remember, I've copied my password here. So let me copy it again and now paste it to this your password. So delete everything and also these array brackets and then paste your password. So I've now done that, and this should now actually work. Now the next step which we can do is actually model our schema. So we could create our first model, which will be the user model. So let's start with that. Let's give it a model. The name will be user, and now let me open that. Now right here it actually complains. And why does Prisma right here complain? Well, it's actually quite simple. Each model needs an ID. That's actually quite simple. You always need that with relational databases, and that's why it currently complains. So let's give it an ID and let's give it a string. Let's also do an add ID and add unique, since each ID should of course be unique. Then let's give it a name, since our user of course has a name. Let's do string. Right here I add a question mark. With that I just tell Prisma, hey, this does not have to be defined. It can be defined, but it can also be undefined. Then the next step I want to add is the email. This will be a string, and this will be also unique, since each email should be unique. Then the next step I want to have, or the next, I guess, field, is the Stripe customer ID. Now this is currently not very interesting, but later on I will actually show you why we need it. Now the Stripe customer ID is also optional and should actually also be unique. So let's do an add unique. And then the last field for now, what I want to add is the color scheme. So later on in the settings, we can actually change the color scheme which the user wants. So let's do a color scheme. This will be also a string. Now this won't be optional. And let's also do an add default, so that I always have a default. And this will be theme-orange. Now I want you to spell it correctly. Please be sure that you don't misspell it. So now we have created a model user, but now currently this model only lives in our database, or not in our database, I'm sorry, but in our project. If you go to Supabase and click right here on the table editor, you see we have 0 tables. But right here in Prisma, we have one table, or a model, the user model. So how do we change it? How do we get this local table and push it to our remote database? Well, it's actually quite simple. I will open my terminal, let me clear everything, and let's do an npx prisma db push to push our schema to our remote database, which is Supabase. So now we got an error right here, schema engine error, error prepared statement S0 does not exist. Now this is actually the first error, or the first time that I've seen this error, and that's actually because if you go again to the project settings and to the database, right here they now have changed actually to use something called, where is it, supervisor, and now also the URLs have changed. And actually if I go to GitHub, right here someone commented that you actually just have to delete this number and /postgres. So all I will leave is the supabase.com at the end. And now let's see if this works. So npx prisma db push. Let's see. This should now load again. Let's see. And now you see we did not get any error anymore. So all you do is, again, right here, just delete this number and /postgres. Now I don't know why this is added. I don't also really care. But now it's fixed, so this works now perfectly. If I now actually go to Supabase, so let me close this GitHub comment again and go to the table editor, you now see we have one table. And now this table is our user table with these fields: name, email, Stripe customer ID, and customer or color schema. So you see this now works. So let me again start my dev server. So I'll clear everything and again do an npm1 dev. And before I can actually use our Prisma client to query our data or mutate our data, there's one problem. You can go to Google and actually Google for Prisma Next.js best practices, and you will see that the problem is Next.js uses HMR. So that means actually if you save your code, the bundles get actually reloaded. So we have hot module reloading. And the problem with that is that we actually create a new Prisma instance or a new instance of Prisma client. And you don't want to do that in a development environment. So what you do is actually create a global Prisma file in the development environment, and then in the production environment you create a normal Prisma client. So what I'll do right here is just copy the code right here, and we have a file that we will name db.ts. So what I will do right now is go inside of the app folder. Let me create a new file called, or not a new file, but a new folder called lib, and then inside of here let's create a new file called db.ts. I will now just copy this code right here and paste it inside of here. And again, what do we actually do right here? Well, we check if we are in a production environment, and if we are in a production environment, we set our Prisma client to a global environment or to a global Prisma client. But if we are in a production environment, we just set it to the normal new Prisma client, and it just generates a new instance. So now I hope you understand why we do that. And now we actually have set up Prisma. So we have created our schema, we have created our connection string, and we have created a new Prisma client when we are in the development environment. So what do we do now? Did I already start my dev server? Yes. So let me again open that in Chrome. Let me close this Prisma docs actually, since we don't need it anymore. Now this currently reloads, so let's see. So now you see already one problem. So I'm currently signed in, as you see right here. I have my user nav where I can log out, but I'm still in the index page, as you see right here. Now I don't want to do that actually. What I want to do is when I'm signed in, I want to get redirected to the /dashboard route, and if I'm not logged in, of course I want to get redirected to the index page to sign in. So what I'll do right now is actually let's go back to our page.tsx, so our index page, and then inside of here we can actually get our session again, and then with that we can actually check, hey, do you have a session? If yes, let us redirect you to the dashboard. And if not, let's just stay right here. So how we do that again, if you go to our navbar.tsx, we already did it right here. We have right here this get server session function. So let me just copy the import statement right here again. Let me paste it right here. So this is import get kind server session from kind OSS kind of Next.js server. And then right here I can initialize it, or I can get another function. So let's do a constant, let's destructure it. This will be equal to get kind server session. And now inside of here, I want to get the isAuthenticated function. Now it's important that we have to mark our function right here, so our export default function, as an async function. So let's do an export default async function. And then now right here, what I'll do is an if statement. And if await is authenticated is true, so if we have in session, let's do an return redirect. Now redirect is imported from next/navigation and not from this weird distribution import, whatever that is. So from next/navigation, and I'm sorry, this is the wrong import again. So again, redirect, next navigation, and then inside of here, I actually have to pass the URL where we want to redirect. And right here, I check is the user authenticated, and if the user is authenticated, let's redirect the user to /dashboard. If I now save that and go back, you see right here, if I reload the page, we should get redirected to /dashboard, and that's exactly what happens. If I now again try to reach the normal index route, so I will try to do that, you will see we again get redirected. So now this fully works. But what happens if the user is not authenticated? Let me open a new incognito tab. Let me go right here, let me copy this URL, and let me actually paste it right here. You see, even though I'm not signed in, I can still reach the /dashboard route. And this of course should not happen. So I think it would be actually quite wise to fix that right now. So what we'll do right now is right here, let me again copy this import statement. So this import get kind server session. I will copy that, then let's open our Explorer, go in the app folder, go in the dashboard, and then in our layout.tsx. And now inside of here, I want to get our session. So on top, let me again just paste our import statement of get kind server session. And then right here in our export default function, let's just do in const, let's destructure it. This will be equal to get kind server session. And now inside of here, I don't want to get is authenticated, but let's do in get user because I will need it for another thing in a second. then we of course again have to mark it as an async function, because if I would do right here in const user equals to await get user, you will see we get an error, and it tells me right here await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So let's do an export default async function, and now you see we don't get any errors anymore. Now what I want to do right here now is check if we don't have a user, then we'll just redirect the user again to the index route to authenticate. So again, how do we do that? Well, on top, let's do an if no user. Let's just open that and let's do an return redirect. Again, redirect imported from next/navigation, and then let's just redirect to the index route. If I now create again another incognito tab, so let me create a new one, paste right here our dashboard route, let me click enter, and as you see I got automatically redirected to our index route from the server, so we didn't see any flash or anything like that. Everything works very nicely. So now you see if I'm signed in, I can't actually reach the index page, and if I'm not signed in, I can't reach the dashboard route. So now this works. So what's now the second step which I want to do? Well, if you actually right now check, so let me go to kind actually right now to the kind dashboard. So now you see I'm in the kind dashboard, and now the thing is that currently you see right here I have 2 users, which is quite nice, right? But another problem which I have is if I open my terminal, click right here on new terminal tab, and then inside of here let's do an npx Prisma Studio. This will now open the Prisma Studio where we see our database actually. So this loads right now for me, as you see right here. Let me wait for that. Now right here you see it loads and it should now open, and now the problem you see is that we in total have 0 actual fields for our user model. So inside of our database we have 0 users, but in our kind database we have actually 2 users. So how do we fix that actually? Because what I want to do is of course also create our users or my users in my database to query it from my database. Well, it's actually quite simple. We'll create an async function with which we'll just get our user data, and then we'll check. If we don't get the user data from our database, we'll create a new user in our database, and if not, we'll just continue. So right here above our dashboard layout, let me create a new async function, and let's call it, let me first of all spell that correctly, let's call it get data. Now let me just open that function, and now inside of here we can actually get started. So first of all, through the params I have to get the email, ID, first name, last name and profile image. So let me actually destructure it, and let me get right here the email, let's get the ID, let's get the first name, let's get the last name, and then let's also get the profile image. Now right here actually TypeScript complains and it does not know what type email, ID or first name have. So let me actually give them a few types. So our email will be of type string, then our ID will also be of type string, then our first name will actually have a few types. So it could either be a string, or it could be undefined, or it could be null. And we're still not done. We now have also the last name and the profile image. For the last name actually, this will be again the same. It will be either string, undefined or null. And then the last one, which we have the last type, is the profile image. And this is also either a string, undefined, or it could be null. So now let's save that, and now you see we don't get any errors anymore. Now inside of our async function we can now actually use that data. So let's right here do a const user. This will be equal to await Prisma. Now it's important that you don't import Prisma from @Prisma client, but actually from our Prisma file or from this db.ts file. So right here it sadly does not automatically import for me. So on top I will do an import Prisma, and this will now import from libdb. So now this works, and let's actually continue. So await prisma.user.findUnique. And now let's do a where statement, and I want to find in user where the ID is actually matching to the ID which I pass. Let me also select a few things. So I want to get actually a ID. So let's do ID of true, and let's also get the Stripe custom ID, and let's also set that to true. So now this looks very nice. We now fetch our user from our database, and we select the ID and Stripe custom ID. Now what I want to do is an if check. So if we don't have a user, I will create a new user, and if we have a user, I will just do nothing. Then right here we'll do an if no user, and for this no you just use this exclamation mark. So if we have no user, let's actually do right here an await Prisma. user.create, since we want to create a new user. Then we have to pass data. We'll give it an ID. The ID will be equal to ID. We'll give it an email, and the email will be equal to the email. Then let's also right here get our name. So right here, that's our name. Now the problem with name is currently right here we get a first name and a last name. So what I want to do is actually combine the first name and the last name to one singular name. So what I'll do right here is let's create a new constant. Let's name it name. And this will be equal to, let's use upticks. And then inside of here, we'll get our first name. And if it's not defined, let's use a double question mark. And let's just say an empty string. And then also let's get our last name right here. And if this is also not defined, let's also just use an empty string. And now right here for our name, I can pass the name. So now this should actually work. So what I'll do right now is let me actually stop my Prisma Studio right here. I will clear it and delete this terminal tab. Let me also stop our dev environment right now. And let me go back to the kind database. Then I will click right here on users and delete my total 2 users right now. So let me do that real quick. So right here, I will just click on the 3 marks, then click on delete user, and then delete all data, and then delete user. This will now delete the user, and then we won't have any users anymore in the kind database. So now I can actually head again back. But now before I actually go and restart our dev server, there's one important thing. This async function getData currently does not run. And that's because we actually also have to first of all call it right here in our dashboard root layout. So under this if no user exists, let's do an await get data, and then right here you see we get an error. And that's because I now have to pass my email, first name, ID, last name, and profile image. Let's start with our email. This will be equal to user.email as string. Then the next value will be the first name. This will be equal to user.givenName as string. Then the next one is ID. This will be equal to user.id as string. Then the next field will be the last name. This will be equal to user.familyname as string. And then the last value which we have is actually the image. So let's right here get our profile image, and this will be equal to user.picture. So if I now save that, this will actually work again. So let me again restart my dev server right here. So let me do an npm run dev. And actually let me also again open a new terminal tab and run npx prisma studio. So this will now restart my studio again right here. Let's go back to my dev server. Let me actually restart it again. So now my dev server is again restarted. I will again click on sign up. Now sign up, not sign in. Why is that? Well, that's because we have deleted actually the accounts in our kind database, and de facto we don't have any users anymore. I can now continue with Google actually. So right here you see we get an error. So now what the problem is actually right here we currently have this URL. And if I go back to the docs right here, they have created a new docs page that has now changed a bit. So we now have to actually change our URL. And at the end, we have to actually right here add our PG bouncer true and connection limit 1. So the first thing I will do is go back again. I will copy this whole database URL again. I will delete everything right here in this database URL string, paste it again. Then I already forgot my password, so I will again go right here and click on reset the password, generate a new password, and then click on reset. Let me first of all copy it also right here. Then I will go back, and then right here in our array brackets, I will now add the password right here. So now this has been added. Now we're still not done. If I go back to this docs page, again right here we have to add this PG bouncer true and connection limit 1. So I will now copy that and add it right here at the end. I will save that. Now we're still not done. I know, I wish I would be done, but no. If we now scroll down, we now have a database URL. We added that. Now we also have to add a direct URL. So I will now copy this direct URL and paste it also right here to my env. Now for the direct URL, it's almost the same. I will again just copy everything from here, paste it back. Now right here, all I have to do is actually delete everything after this /postgres. So it will just be at the end /postgres. We're still not done. We still now have to change the number to 5432. So I will copy that and paste that. So all we have done is actually just we took the same URL, but we changed the number to 5432 /postgres, and we deleted this PG bouncer true. Now we're still not done. If I now scroll down, we now also have to tell that our schema actually. So right here we have to pass a direct URL. So let me actually copy this right now. Let's go to our schema.prisma, and right here for our data source DB, I will also add that. Now let's see if there is still anything different. Nope, I think this should now actually work. So let's see, I will clear everything. Let's test it out with an npx prisma db push. Let's see if that works. Do we get any errors? And now you see it finally worked. So now our database actually works with the correct actual database or environment variables. Now we again have to do everything the same. Let's again go to kind. I will again delete all of my users. In my dev environment, let me log out first of all. Our dev environment is even not working. So let me actually right here just first of all delete again my users, and then we can continue. So I've now deleted my user from my kind database. I can again clear everything. Let's see, does our studio run? No. Let me start my dev server with npm run dev. This will now restart again on localhost 3000. And then also in the meantime, let me also start with an npx prisma studio. So right here, let's do an npx prisma studio. This should now also open right now. So let's see, this opened right here. Our dev environment also opened. Let me now click on sign up, and I will again play the same game. I will continue with Google, and now let's see if this actually works. So let me do that. Now I got an error right here currently because my database was not empty. So what I'll do is again just let me reload this page right here. This should reload in a second. Let me sign out from here again, log out. So now what we have done is I have cleared my database completely. I have no users anymore. Let me again go to the kind database, also delete my users from there. So now let's start again fresh. I have deleted all my users from kind. Let me also delete my user from my Prisma database right here, or from my Supabase database. Let me again reload it just to be safe that everything is actually deleted, because I don't want to get any errors. Let's see, it's fetching and no rows. So now actually I have no users anywhere. So now let's again test it out. I will click on sign up. So I will again sign up with Google. Let me do that. And now you see I got redirected to /dashboard. And if I now go back to my database, I will actually reload it right now. I should see one user. And let's see, it's currently fetching the rows. And then right here, you now see me. So I'm the user, and now you see me right here. Now let's see if I actually log out and now sign in. So I don't create an account, but just sign in. Let's see if I get any errors there. So I will continue with Google. So now you see I signed in with Google and still everything works. And if I now head over back to my database, I now should not see any duplicate users. And you see I still only have one user, and that's still only me. So now you see this finally works. Now let's again go over what we have done. I know it was a bit annoying also for me actually, because again Supabase has done a few weird things. So first of all, we have now created a new database URL. We had right here now to give it right here the 6543/Postgres, and then also give it a PG bounds of true and connection limit of 1. Why connection limit of 1? That's just a thing that we need for serverless environments. Then also we have to give it a direct URL. This is there to actually create migrations. So when we do an npx prisma db push, we need this direct URL. So now that's what we have done. And then in our layout, if we check it right here now, what we do is we fetch our user. We see, hey, do we have a user? If no, let's create a new user. And if there's a user, just skip that completely and let's continue. So that's now what we have done. So we check if we have a user, then we create a user, and now everything works. So what do we do now? I think the next thing we should do right now is actually create the settings page. And then in the settings page, the user can change the name and also the theme that we use right here. So currently we use this orange theme, but what I want to do is that the user can actually also change to, for example, a blue theme or to a pink theme, whatever the user wants. So let's create the settings page. So now to create actually the settings, what we have to do now is actually go inside of our Explorer in the app folder, to the dashboard, and then create a new folder called settings. Now inside of this folder, I will create a new route with page.tsx. Now how do we always start? Well, it's quite simple. We create an export default function. So let's do an export default function. Let's name it settings page, and then let me just open this function. Inside of here, I will return something, and let's say div with an h1, and let's say hello from the settings page. Let me save that. Let's see if everything works. So I will now click on settings. We should now get redirected. And yes, you now see hello from the settings page. And also right here for our link nav, you now see that the color has changed to this grayish color. And you see now that we are on the route /dashboard/settings, and that's why we have this background color right here. So this route now works. So let's actually now also create that route so that everything works. So let's go down right here, or let's go back to the code. Let me delete everything. Let's create a new return statement with a new div element, and let me give it a class name, which will be grid, items, which will be start, and let's also do in gap of 8. Then inside of here, I will create another div element. Let's give it a class name, which will be flex, items, which will be center, justify, which will be between, and then also a padding x of 2, so padding on the horizontal side. Then inside of here, I will create another div element. Let's give it a class name of grid and gap of 1. And now this was the last div for now. So inside of here, I can now render an h1, and let's just say settings. And then inside or under this h1, I will render a p tag, and let's just say your profile settings. Let's see how that actually looks. So let me go back. This now reloads, and now you see settings and your profile settings. Now this is of course currently not styled. It does not look good. So let's change that. So let's start with the h1 tag. Let's give it a class name. So then right here, let me do in text, which will be 3XL. Let's do in medium of text, which will be 4XL. And let's see how that looks right now. And yes, this looks already quite nice. Now our description does not look so good. So let me also actually style that. Let's give it a class name. This will be text of LG, then text of muted foreground. And this should be all. Let's see how that looks. And yes, this looks also quite nice. If I zoom out a bit, for me it looks better, but if it's zoomed in, it looks also quite nice right now. So now let's actually create the settings card. So I want to have a card where then the user can change the name and the color preference. And how do you do that? Well, we will go under the p tag and under the next two divs, so just above the last div. And now let's create the card. So we'll use a card component, and we haven't installed that. So let me go to ui.shadcn.com. And then we will need the card component. So let's search for the card component. Let's right here install it. So I will take the installation command. I will copy that. Let me actually create a new terminal tab right here. Let me actually stop the Prisma Studio. I don't need it. And let's paste this command right here. Now we'll install the card component. Also, while we are here, let me also install the label component. So right here, let me copy the installation command with npm. Let's paste that. Let's also get the input right here. So let me also copy the installation command, paste it. And now I think this should be all. Input label. I forgot one thing. That's the select component. So let's get the select component. I will copy the installation command and let me just paste that. So now we added the card, the label, the input, and the select component. And now we can actually use them right here. So let me get the card component, import it from the components. Then inside of here, let me render a form element. Now I will delete the action for now. We don't need it right now. Then inside of here, let's get the card header component from our components. And let's create a card title. Now the card title is of course imported from the components. Let's say general data. And then let's also create a card description. So again, this is a component imported from the components. Let's just say, please provide general information about yourself. Please don't forget to save. Let's save that. Let's see how that looks. So I will go back. Let me reload the page just to be sure. And now you see this card right here with general data. And please provide general information about yourself. Let me see how it looks like in light mode. And yes, it looks quite nice. So let me again change it to dark mode because it's a bit easier on my eyes. And now we can actually create the card content. So under the card description, or actually under the card header, I will create now the card content component imported from our components. And then inside of here, let's use a div element. Let's give it a class name, and this will be space of y2. And then inside of here, I can render another div element. Let's give it a class name. This will be space y of 1. And then inside of here, we can use the label component imported from the components. And then let's just say, I don't know, your name. Under that, let's use the input component, again imported from our components. Then inside of here, let's give it a name. The name will just be name. I know, quite redundant, but whatever. Let's give it a type. This will be a type of text. Let's give it also an ID for which will be name. And then let's also do a placeholder, and this will just be your name. Let's save that. Let's see how that looks like. This reloads right now. And yes, in my opinion, this actually looks quite nice. Your name and also right here placeholder and our input as you see. So this looks quite nice. Then the second actual input and label which I want to have is for my email. So I will just copy this div element right here with the space y1. I will copy and paste it. Then right here, this shouldn't be your name, but now your email. For the name, let's say email. For the type, this will be also email. For the ID, this will be email. And then for the placeholder, your email. Let's also make it disabled, so I don't want the user to be actually able to change the email. And later on, we'll give it a default value of the current email. Let's save that. Let's see how that looks like. This should reload, let's see. And yes, this actually looks quite nice. And the last field which I want to have is actually the select field where the user can select a color. So under this div element, let's create another div element. Let's give it a class name, which will be space y of 1. And then inside of here, let me render again the label and let's just say color scheme. Then under the color or under the label, let's now render the select component imported from our components. Let's actually give it a name right here. So let's say name of color, lowercase. And then inside of the select component, let's actually get a select trigger. Now the select trigger is imported from our components. Then inside of the select trigger, let me first of all give it a class name of wfull. And then inside of here, I can have a select value. And this will be actually a self-closing tag. And now what I can do right here is give it a placeholder. And this placeholder will just say select a color. Now under the select trigger, let me actually render the select content, again imported from our components. Now inside of here, I will render a select group, also imported from the components. And now inside of here, let me render again a select label. And then inside of here, let's just say colors. And then under here, let's do a select item. This is imported from our components. And let me just say green. Let me also give it a value right here. So let's do a value and let's just say, I don't know, theme of green. Let's save that. Let's see how that looks like. And I get an error. I think the error is right here because I mistakenly import select label and select value from Redux UI, what I always preach not to do. So let me again delete that. Let's import that again correctly from our components right here, from add components, and it's also from add components. If I now save that actually and go back, let me actually reload the page right here just to be sure that everything works. And now we have right here a select field with select a color and also then with a value which is green. Let me now add a few more values. So I will just actually copy and paste it a few more times. Then the next value which I want to have is blue. Then let's also do violet. Let's also do under that then yellow. Under that let's do an orange. Under that let's do a red. And then the last one will be rose. Also, let's do that for the value. The first one will be theme green. Then the second one will be theme blue. Then theme violet. Then theme which will be yellow. Then let's do theme of orange. Let's also do theme of red and theme of rose. So I will now save that. Let's see how that looks like. Let's save it. Let's click on that. And yes, you now see all of the options right here. So green, blue, violet, etc. So this fully works. Let's see how that looks in white mode actually. So I will right here click on light mode. And yes, this also looks very, very beautiful. So now let's actually make this whole actual settings page work. And for that, we first of all have to fetch a bit of data. So on top right here, I will again create an async function. Let's call it getData. And then let's open that. Now inside of here, I want to again fetch data for the user. So let's do a constant, which is data. This will be equal to await. Now Prisma again is imported from our lib folder. So on top, let's do again an import Prisma from our lib folder. Then let's do an prisma.user.findUnique. And now inside of here, I want to find a user where the ID corresponds to the current user ID. Now I first of all, of course, have to get the user ID. So on top in the params, let's get a user ID. This will be of type string actually. And then I can pass the user ID right here. Now what do I want to select from the user? So let's do right here in select statement and let's get the name. So let's set that to true. And let's also get the email. So let me set that to true. And also the color scheme actually, since I want to get the value. And this will be also true. Let's now save that. The last step is to return that data, and now we can get that right here in our component. So let's do a constant data. This will be equal to await get data, and now we get two errors. The first one is the normal error, which we always get, that await expressions are only allowed with an async functions. So let's do an export default async function. And then also right here for get data, we get an error that it expects one argument but got 0. What's the argument? Well, the argument right here is the user ID. So we have to actually first of all get the user ID, and we do that again with our getKind server session. So let me again import our getKind server session function. So I'll copy the import statement from our navbar. Let me paste it right here. Then right above this const data await get data, let's do a constant, let's destructure it. This will be equal to getKind server session, and inside of here what I want to get is the get user. Then under that, let's do a constant user. This will be equal to await get user. And now right here for our get data function, I can actually pass the user.id as string. So this will now actually fully work and will now fetch the data. But we're still not done. I of course now also want to show the data right here. So what I can do right here for the name is get a default value, and let's just say right here data.name, and if this is not defined, let's just do an empty string, and then we get an error right here, and it tells me type string null or undefined is not applicable to type string. So what I'll do right here is just if this is not defined, so if this double question mark, let's just do an undefined. So this now fully works as you see. Then for the email, let me also give it right here in default value. This will be actually data.email as string. This should work. Let me save that. Let's see how that looks like. So now you see my name right here and my email, and this fully works. Now let me also get the color scheme. So for that right here for the select, I can also give it a default value, and this will be actually data.colorscheme. Let me now save that. Let's see how that looks like. You should now see right here orange. So this reloads, or let me reload it actually. So let's see. And now you see right here on the bottom orange. I can of course again click on that, and then you see a question mark, or not a question mark, but a check mark for the orange color. So now we get the data for the name, for the email, and also for the color. This is very, very nice. Now what's the last step which we need? Well, of course, we want to change the data and then save the data. So we need on the bottom left corner a button to submit the button. How do you do that? That's again quite simple. So right here, just below this card content, I will now use the card footer component from our components. And then inside of here, I want to now have a button. So let me import a button from our components, and let's just say save now. I will now save that, and let's see how that actually looks like. And now you see right here on the bottom left corner a save now button. Let me zoom out a bit just for my taste a bit. And yes, I think this looks quite nice. Now what I think we should do is actually make the mutation work so that the user, or in that case that I, can change my name and also change my color preference. So let's do that right now. Now for that I will actually use a server action, and they are quite nice in Next.js since I don't have to create separate API routes, but I can write the server actions directly in file. So right here, let me do an async function. Let me name it post data, and then let me open that. Now I get an error. Did I misspell async? Yes, I did. Now currently there's one problem. This async function is currently just a normal async function which runs on the client. Now we of course don't want to do that. We want the server action to run on the server. So right here, let's mark it as use server, and with that we tell Next.js, or in that sense React, that hey, this async function should only run on the server and never on the client. Also in the params right here, I can get our form data. This will be of type form data, and then with the form data I can get the actual values from our form right here. Also I can give our form now an action. This will now be the action of post data, so of our server action. Now right here for our server action, let's do an await prisma.user.update, since I want to update the user. Now we of course have to do a where statement since we want to update a specific user. So I want to do where the ID is actually equal to the user.id. Then we also of course have to now create a data statement, and I want to update the name, and then I of course also want to update the color scheme. So right here, let me get the color scheme and set it to an empty string for now. So now I have to get our name and the color scheme value from my form data. How do I do that? That's quite simple. Right here, let's create a constant. This will be equal to name, and this will be equal to form data.get. And now I want to get the specific, input which corresponds to the name. Let's check it out. Right here we have an input and we gave it a name. So the name is called name. And what I can do right here is just do an form data.get name. And with that, I just get the value of this input right here. I can also do the same for the color scheme. So let's do a constant, which is called color scheme. And this will be equal to form data.get. And now I want to get the color scheme. So where is it? It's right here. We right here gave it a name of color. So I again just can do in form data.get color. And with that, I will get the value of the select field. Now for right here in our Prisma update, I can now just pass instead of an empty string our name. And if there is no name, let's do an undefined, so with a double question mark. And now let's also do the same for the color scheme. Let me do color scheme. And if that's not defined, let's do an undefined. Now we get 2 errors right here and it tells me form data entry is not applicable to type string. So what we will do right here is an as string. And then also the same for our color scheme, so as string. If I now save that, we don't get any errors anymore, and now this is quite nice. I think it's now actually time to test out if it works. So right here for the button, let me actually also do it in button or in type, which will be submit to submit our form. And now let's see if this works. So let me reload the page just to be safe actually. Now this has been reloaded, and now let me change my name. I will just say Jan Marshall, and let's change the color to, I don't know, yellow. Now let me click on save now. This should be now actually posted to our database. And now let me reload the page and see if this works. So is my name persisted? This reloads. And you see Jan Marshall and color scheme yellow. So yes, this is actually persisted. But now we have a problem. We don't really have a user feedback. So what I want to do is if I click on the button save now, I want to have a loading indicator. So what I can do actually is open my Explorer again. Let me go in the app folder, components folder, and let me create a new file called submit buttons.tsx. Now inside of here, I will have to mark it as use client. Why will I have to do that? Well, I will have to get the pending state. And to get the pending state, there's a function called use form status, which only runs on the client. So let me mark this file as use client actually. And then under that, let's do an export function. Let's call it submit button. And let me just open that function. Inside of here, let me do a return statement. Let's use empty brackets right here. And now what I want to do right here is check, hey, do we currently have a pending event? So do we currently submit? If yes, let me return a button where it just says, please wait. And if no, let's just say save now. And for that, we have this nice function. Let's do a constant. Let's destructure it. And this will be equal to use form status, again imported from React DOM. And right here, I can now get the pending state. And then with the pending state, this is some Boolean. I can check, hey, is it currently pending or is it not pending? So right here, let's use in ternary actually. So if pending is true, let's use in question mark and return something. And if this is false, let's use in colon and return something else. So if this is true, let's actually return a button right here, imported from our components. And let's just say, please wait. And if this is not true, so we don't submit currently, let's create another button right here. Let's say save now. And let's also give it a type of submit. If I now save that, we first of all don't get any errors anymore. And I can now actually use this button in our pending or in our settings page. So right here, instead of this button of save now, let's actually now use the submit button component imported from our components. Let's see if we get any errors, and now you still see everything works perfectly. But I of course don't want to leave it like that. I just don't want to have a please wait and a save now. This is a bit boring because we can test it out actually. Let's change my name just to Jan. Jan right here. Let me click on save now. You now see please wait, and when the pending state is done, the button again changes to save now. But this is not quite eventful in my opinion. It's not that nice looking. So let's again add a few things. So if this is pending, let's give it also in disabled state. Let's give it a class name of wfit. And then right here for please wait, I also want to have a loading indicator. So just above this please wait text, let me import a loader to icon from Lucid React. This is in self-closing tag. Let's give it a class name of margin right 2, w of 4, h of 4, and animate of spin. Let's save that. And then for the second button, so if it's not pending, let me just give it a class name of wfit. Let me now save that, and now let's see how it actually looks like. Let me now give it a name of Jan Marshall, so my name, and then let me click on save now. And now you see this nice, very good looking pending state, and you still see everything works. Because if I now reload the page, my name and also the color preference should kept persisted. And that's exactly what happens. Let me now change the color again to green, for example. Let me click on save now. We again have this beautiful pending state and everything still works. Now currently we have the following problem. So even though everything works, we have the save now button, I can change my name and I can change the color schema, and both of these values are stored in my database. My problem is now, if I actually change the color scheme, you see that the page itself does not update. I still have this orange theme which looks nice, but that's not the intended use case of a color scheme selector. So how do you actually change it? Now this is actually not that simple, but let me show you. So currently if you go in our layout.tsx, so this is the layout file which actually wraps all of our children, right here we have our body element. And if you now open our globals.css file, you will see right here our add layer base with the root styles and then the dark styles for our root element. So currently whatever we have right here applies to our body element. So right here again, this element right here, so right here for this class name. But I want to change the body element class name dynamically, or the theme actually, dynamically based on the user's preference. So what I have to do is actually fetch the user's color preference right here in this layout file, and then actually just append it to the body class name. So what I'll do right here is delete this add layer base, so this one right here, but I'll still leave this with the border and also BG background, that's fine. And I also will leave this add tailwind classes because we need them. And now I will paste a bit of styles. What I want you to do is go to my GitHub and just copy them from the globals.css file. But what I did here right here is, for example, the theme rows and then the dark theme rows, the theme orange and then the dark theme orange, etc. But what would happen now is if I save this file and I test it out, you see we don't have any styles anymore. And that's because I don't actually target the body element anymore. So how do I fix that? So first of all, let me copy this inter.class name. Let's use upticks and let's render it right here inside of this element. And then the next thing I have to do is actually right here now give it the class name of what theme I want to use. So for example, let's just hardcode it to theme-orange. Let's see how that looks like. And now if I reload the page, you should see that we now have again the theme, which is this orange theme or this orange color. But now let's say we want to get it dynamically. So what the user actually selected right here in the select menu. So for that, we'll actually create right here an async function. So let's do an async function get data. Let me open that. I misspelled async, so let me spell that correctly. And now inside of here, I have to get actually the color preference of the user. So let's do a const data. This will be equal to await. Now I have to import Prisma. So on top, let's do an import Prisma. I will import that from my lib folder. And then right here, let's do an await Prisma.user.find unique. Then I have to find in user where the ID matches the ID which I pass. For that, let me go to the params and get an user ID. This will be of type string, and then I can pass it right here, user ID. And then right here, let me just do a select statement, and I want to select, where is it? The color scheme. So let me set it to true. Now let's return that data right here, return data. And now we have to actually fetch it in the component or get the data in the component. For that, let's do a const data. This will be equal to await get data. And now we get two errors. First of all, await expressions are only allowed with an async function. So let's do an export default async function, root layout. And then also for get data, we have to pass an argument, which is the user ID. For that, we actually first of all have to get the user ID. So let's again go to the navbar, and then right here, we import this get kind server session. So I will copy this import statement and also import it right here inside of the root layout. Let me add the I for import. So good, that looks nice. Now right here above this const data, let's do a const, let's destructure it, and this will be equal to get kind server session. And what I want to get is the get user function. Now what I can do right here is a const user equals to await get user. And then right here, let me just pass the user.id as string actually. And what I can do now is actually right here, instead of hard coding theme orange, let me again use the dynamic value right here of data.colorScheme. Let me now save it and let's see if it actually works. So let me go back, let's reload the page, and as you see, I now have this green theme right here. But what happens if I change it? So let me change it to red right now, and let's click on save now. And what will happen? Well, weird, right? It does not change to red. But if I do now a hard refresh, you will see it will actually change to red. Well, let's see. You see it changed to red. Why is that? Well, that's because server components are actually cached. And what we have to do is revalidate the cache so that we actually see this update right here, so the color change. So for that, there's a handy function. Let's first of all go to the settings page again. So right here. And what we have to do right here now is inside of this server action where we post our data, we have to revalidate our data. So what we can do is in revalidate path, this is provided by Next.js, so you import that from next/cache. And now we have to actually pass or tell this function what you want to revalidate. So right here we actually have to pass the route, or not the route, but the path which we want to revalidate. And we want to revalidate the root layout. So that means we want to revalidate the whole application. So what we'll do is give it a route path of /, so the index page, and comma, and then say layout. So I want to revalidate the root layout. So let's go back, let's refresh the page again and hard refresh. And now I will actually choose another color. We have red right now. Let's do violet, why not? I will click on save now, and this will now automatically revalidate actually. And we'll see now that the color is updated without me hard refreshing. So now this works beautifully. But what happens actually if the user is not signed in? So I will again go to an incognito tab. Let me just copy this URL right here and let's paste it inside of here. So right here we now get actually an error. It tells me right here argument where of type user where input needs at least one of ID, email or Stripe custom ID. So what exactly does the error tell me? It tells me right here, if I go to the layout real quick, let me open that. It tells me right here that I tell this await get data that I have a user ID, that it's defined. But this is actually not true because the user ID can be undefined. It could be that we don't have a user. So now what we'll do is actually, let me copy it. So what I'll do right here is actually an if statement. And if we have a user ID, then I will fetch this data, but if there's no user ID, I won't fetch anything. It's that simple. Now I will copy again this return statement and just paste it right here. Now if I save that, go back to my incognito tab and do a hard refresh, you see now we see actually a page. But now we have another problem. We don't have any styles. So how do I fix that? Well, it's again quite simple. Right here we assume that we get a data.color scheme, but as you see right now, this is not true. We don't get any color scheme. So what we can use is this double question mark again, where we just say, hey, if this is not defined, use another value, and we will just hard code theme-orange. Let me save that. Let's go back. Let's do a hard refresh. And now you see, even though the user is not signed in, I still see an orange theme and the website is not ugly. So we have a default of orange, but the user can always just change the theme if the user wants to do that. So you see, this works perfectly. And now we actually are able to change the theme dynamically. Let me again change it to orange because why not? So here's orange. I will click save now. We have the loading indicator and it will now revalidate the cache and we see that the theme has changed. Beautiful, right? So this works perfectly. Our settings are now done and I would now say the next step has come to actually set up billing. So let's do that. So to create the billing page, what I'll do right now is go inside of the app folder, inside of the dashboard folder, and then right here, let's create a new folder actually, not a file. And this folder will be called billing. Now inside of this folder, let's create a new file called page.tsx since we want to create a new route, of course. And how do we always start right here? Well, we have to export default a new function. So let's do an export default function. We'll name it billing page. And then let me just open that. Now inside of here, let me return something. Let's say div and h1. And let's say hello from the billing page. Let's save that. Let's see if that actually works. So I will now click on billing and we should get redirected to /board/billing. That's exactly what happened. And now we have hello from the billing page. Also, you see that this billing nav link actually also is highlighted with a background color, so you see this fully works. So if I click on home, you see the background color. If I then click on settings, we also have a background color, and if I click on billing, we also have a background color. So this is very, very nice. So now I think we can actually create the pricing card, so the pricing component. So let's actually do that. So right here, let me first of all delete everything in the return statement, since I actually don't need that. We'll start off fresh, how we always do. So let's right here start with a div element. Let me give it a class name. This will be max width of medium, mx of auto, and space y of 4. Then inside of here, I want to now render my actual pricing card. And for that, I will use a card component imported from our components. Let me also give it actually a class name, and this will be flex and flex call, since I want to stack the elements vertically and not horizontally. Then inside of the card component, let's now import card content again from our components. I will also give it a class name, and this will be padding y, so padding on the y-axis of 8. Then inside of here, let me get a div element and a tree element. Then in this h3, let's actually just say monthly. Let's see how that actually looks right here. Yeah, it looks alright, but we have to, of course, style it a bit. So let me style the h3. Let's get a class name. This will be inline of flex, padding x, which will be 4, padding y, which will be 1. Then let's do a rounded, which will be actually full, text, which will be small, font, which will be semi-bold, tracking, which will be white. Let's also do it uppercase, and then bg primary /10. Now what does the /10 mean? Well, actually this just says, hey, give me bg primary, so this I guess orange color, but only give me opacity of 10%. So not an opacity of 100% as it's the default, but only of 10%. And then let's also do a text of primary. So again, this orange color. Let's see how that looks like. Let's see, this should reload, and yes, this looks quite nice in my opinion. Now under this actual tier name, so this is our tier, monthly, let's actually now also create the pricing, so how much it costs a month. So under this h3 element and under this div element, let me create another div element. Let's give it a class name of margin top 4, flex, items which will be actually baseline, not center. Then let's do a text which will be 6XL and font which will be extra bold. Now inside of here I want to render the actual price, so let's get dollar value, then 30, so $30, and let's actually save it to see how it looks like. This should now refresh, and yes, it looks quite nice, but still I also want to say that at the end it's per month, so monthly pricing. So what I'll do right here is create a span element. And right here, let's do a /mo for month, and let's also style that actually. Let's give it a margin left of 1, text which will be 2XL, font which will be medium, and then let's also give it another text color to see in separation. So let's do a text which will be muted of foreground. Let's save that, let's see how that looks. And yeah, this looks quite nice. Let's see how it looks like in light mode. And yes, this also looks very, very nice in my opinion. Now, what else do I want? I have now the tier name, the price. I also want to have like a small tier description. So under this div element, let me create a p element. And I will just now create some lorem ipsum. You can write whatever you want. So let me do that real quick. So I now just wrote write as many nodes as you want for $30 a month. Now this does not look good, so let me also style that. Let's get a class name of actually margin top, which will be 5, text which will be large, and then also text muted of foreground to again have a separation. Let's see how that looks like, and yes, this looks quite nice. Let's see in dark mode, and in dark mode it also looks quite nice. Now the next step which I want to do is actually create like a feature list. So we will have like little bullet points of things which are included in the price of $30 a month. So for that, let's again go back, and what I'll do now is go under this card content, so under this card content component, and we'll create a div element. Let's give it a class name, which will be flex of 1, flex of call, then justify, which will be between. Let's give it a padding x of 6, padding top of 6, and then padding bottom of 8. Let's do a bg of secondary, a rounded, which will be large, and let's also do a margin of 1. Let's do a space y of 6, and then on small devices a padding of 10, and then also on small devices a padding top of 6. Now inside of this div element, I want to now actually render a UL tag. Let's give it a class name. The class name will just be space y of 4. And then inside of this UL, I want to now render my feature list. So what I will do is actually create an array. So on top right here, let's do const, feature items. This will be equal to an array with multiple objects. So let's give it a name, and the name will just be, lorem ipsum something. And I will copy paste that 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think this should be fine. So I have that now 5 times, and now inside of this UL, I will actually map over this array. So let's get our feature items right here. Let's do dot map, and then we'll get an item, and let's also actually get an index. Then let me return that, and now inside of here, I will render an li tag. Now you see we get an error right here from React, and it tells me that I have to add a key prop. So let's do a key prop of index, and let's also do a class name, which will be flex and items of center. Then inside of this li, let me render a div element, and now inside of here, let's give it a class name of flex, which will be shrink of 0. Then inside of this div element, let me render a check circle. So check circle 2, I will use this one right here. This is a self-closing tag, which is again also imported from Lucid React. Let's give it a class name, which will be height of 6, w of 6, and let's also do a text screen of 500. Let's first of all see how that looks like. So this should now load, let's see, and now you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 check marks, which looks quite nice. Now we also need to render the content, so under this div element, but still in the li, let's now render a p tag, and let's render our item.name. Let's save that, let's see how that looks like. I think it does not look that good, yeah, as you see it does not look good, so let's style that. Let me style the p tag, let's give it a class name of margin left 3, text of base. Let's see how that looks like. This should now look already way better. And yeah, I think it looks quite nice, and I can live with that actually. Now the last step has come, and that's actually to create a button. So like a submit button to buy it now or get it today, something like that. So what I'll do right now is go under this UL tag, and then let's create a form element. Now I won't create an action for now, so let me delete it. Then inside of this form element, let me get the button component from shadcn UI. This is uppercase as always. And then let's right here just say buy today or something like that. You can write whatever you want. So let's see. Yeah, it looks alright, but I think the button should have the whole width, so 100%. So what I'll do right here for the form is give it a class name of wfull, and then also I will give the button a class name of wfull. Let's see how that looks like. It should now have the full width. Let's see. And yes, we now have the full width, and this looks also very, very nice. So now we actually have created a pricing card, and I think the time has now actually also come to make it actually work. So if I click on the buy today button, I also of course want to create a subscription in my Stripe dashboard. So what I think we should do right now is first of all set up Stripe. So let's head over to Stripe. So I'm now at stripe.com, and this is what we'll use today to actually accept our payments. So Stripe is an actual payment processor. So I already have an account, so let me click on sign in. And then right here inside of the dashboard, let me click right here on the top right corner. Let me click on new account, since we of course have to create a new account. And then let's just say Marshall SaaS, or let me spell it a bit nicer, Marshall SaaS. I will leave the country in Germany, that's fine, it does not make a difference. For you, you can choose your country. Let me now continue, so I will authenticate. So now I'm inside of the Stripe dashboard. And the first thing I want to actually get is the Stripe environment variables. So if you click right here on developers and then click on API keys, you right here have your secret key. And that's what I want. So I will copy the secret key actually. Let me open my env file, and I will just paste it right now right here. We don't need it currently, but I will just leave it here. Then the next step which I want to do is click right here in the sidebar on more, and then we should somewhere have right here the product catalog. What I want to do right here is create a new product. So let's do add product. Then let me give it a name. I will just say, Marshall SaaS Premium. Let me spell that correctly. Then I will do a recurring, since this is on subscription. And for the amount, let's do 30 and not euros, but I will do dollars. Now this is monthly, this looks good. So let me click on add product. This will now create a product in the Stripe dashboard, as you see. So I can click on that now, and that's what you now see. We have a product which is $30 a month, and we have right here an API ID which we'll need in a second. So let me actually also copy this price ID and also paste it in our environment variables so that I don't have to go back right here. So now we have actually set up Stripe, we have created a product, and we got the API keys. So now we can actually set up Stripe. And now to make Stripe work, we first of all need the Stripe package. So I will open the terminal right here. Let me stop my dev server and let's do an npm I of Stripe. Just the normal Stripe name. This is then the package which we'll use. This package only works on the server and our whole Stripe integration will be completely server side. In most videos which you will probably also have seen, most people use Stripe, then Stripe.js and Stripe React. So they use a combination of server side and client side. But what I will do is actually do everything on the server, and then we will call this whole actual client side integration through the server. So this is very nice. We only need one package, and also I think it's just a much cleaner approach than what other people do. So to make Stripe work, I will open my Explorer again. Let's go in the app folder, then in the lib folder, and let me create a new file which I'll name stripe.ts. Now inside the stripe.ts file, all of our Stripe code will live, or actually everything which has to do with creating the checkout experience. And the first thing we have to do is actually import Stripe. So let's do an import. I will capitalize Stripe from Stripe. It's quite simple. What I want to do now is actually also create a Stripe client. So what I will do is an export constant. I will name it Stripe. This will be equal to new Stripe. And now inside of here, I have to pass our API key. Now, if you can remember in my env or in my env file, I right here already pasted my secret key. So now let's create a new actual variable. So let's do Stripe underscore secret underscore key, and this will be now equal to this key right here. So to our secret key, which I've copied from our dashboard. Now I will copy this variable name, so Stripe secret key, and let's go back to our file. I can now right here just do in process. This will be lowercase. So process.env.thename Stripe secret key. Let's also right here now actually give it a bit of configuration. So first of all, the API version. For the API version, I will just choose the latest one right here. And then also let's do TypeScript of true, since I want to get the TypeScript benefits. Also right now we get an error. It tells me argument of type string or undefined is not assignable to type string. So all it says is it does not really know if this environment variable is defined or not. So what I'll do is in a quite simple fix as string, and now I just tell Stripe, hey, I know this is defined, just leave it like that. So now this is fixed. This is very nice. Now under that, what I want to do now is actually already create our function with which we'll actually then check out. So let's do an export const. We'll name it get Stripe session. And this will be equal to an async function actually, so an async arrow function. I haven't used them in quite some time, but okay. Now inside of here, I actually need a few params. So I need the price ID, which I've copied already in my environment variable right here. I will need the domain, so the current domain which we are on. This will be localhost in the development environment, and then whatever our production domain will be, and then at last the customer ID, so that I can actually map the subscription to the actual customer in my Stripe dashboard. So let me actually right here just destructure it. I want to get a price ID, I want to get a domain URL, and then I also want to get a customer ID. Now right here TypeScript complains a bit because it does not know what types these are. So let me actually give it the types. Let me zoom in a bit for you guys. So right here the price ID will actually be a string. Then we'll have a domain URL, this will be also a string, and then we'll also have a customer ID, which also of course will be a string. So now we got these params, a price ID, a domain URL, and a customer ID, and now we can actually use them right here. So how do you do that? It's actually again quite simple. Right here we'll do a constant session. This will be equal to await Stripe. So right here we have created our constant, which is Stripe, and what we want to do right here is actually initiate a new Stripe checkout session. So let's do stripe.checkout.sessions.create, and now we have to actually give it a few items right here. So first of all, our customer, we'll give it the customer ID, so that we now know, hey, this customer bought this, so we can then also actually map it to the customer. Then the second thing is the mode. So there are two modes actually, or three modes as you see, a payment mode, a setup mode, and a subscription mode. And we of course need the subscription mode. Then the next thing I want to do is get the billing address collection. I will just set it to auto. Then the next thing, we'll have the line items, And what are the line items? Well, right here, I will just tell the checkout, hey, I want to check out this. So right here in the checkout page, I want to actually check out these items. So this will be an array with an object. Then the price will be our price ID, and then the quantity will just be 1. So this looks very nice. Then the next step which we'll have is the payment method types. Now you can actually set up multiple in your dashboard if you want to, but we'll only accept one, and this is card. So MasterCard, Visa card, and whatever there is else. Now one more thing I want to do is the customer update field. Now what is that? Well, in checkout, I want that the user is able to actually update the address and name. For example, maybe when the user created the account with our SaaS, the name is not correct. What I want to do is that inside of the checkout, the customer can then update their name if he wants to. So let's right here just do an address. Let's set that to auto, and then let's also get our name, and let's set it also to auto. Now we're almost done. We only need 2 more fields, and that's the success URL and the cancel URL. So if the subscription is successful, I want to redirect the user to a page where it just says, hey, your subscription was successful, have fun, something like that. And if the subscription failed for some reason, the user clicked out or something like that, I want to get like a small screen where it says, hey, don't worry, you did not get charged. If you want to, you can try again. So right here again, let me just get the success URL. Now I will again use upticks. Let's get right here this custom value, which will be a domain URL. So right here we get through the params the domain URL, and then /payment/success. This should be a double C. And then let's also do the same for the cancel URL. And for the cancel URL, again upticks. Let's get the dynamic value of domain URL /payment/cancelled. So this looks very nice. We now have a success URL and a cancel URL. And now the last step is to actually also return the session URL. This is then the URL where the user will get redirected for the checkout. So let's do a return session.url as string. So this looks very nice. We now have actually created the function for which the user then gets redirected to check out for our product. So great, this works very nice. But now we have a problem, right? Right here we're passing Stripe customer ID. But if you can actually remember, we never created a Stripe customer. So how do we actually fix that? Well, what we have to do is actually when the user creates the account, we have to create a Stripe account for the user. So how do we do that? Well, we'll again go to our layout in the dashboard actually, and then right here where we check if there's no user, we'll now do another if check. So under this if statement, let's create another if statement. So if there is no user.stripe customer ID, let me right here do a constant data. This will be equal to await stripe. Stripe is now imported from the lib folder dot customers, not customer session, I'm sorry, but customers. And let's do a dot create since I want to create a customer. Right here I will now just pass the email, and the email will be equal to the email. Now we will create right here the customer in Stripe, but now I also of course have to actually pass the Stripe customer ID to my database. So what I'll do right here is an await Prisma.user.update since I want to update the user, and where we'll have to pass an ID which will be equal to the ID. And let's also right here do in data, so what exactly I want to update. And I want to update the Stripe custom ID, and let's give it a value of data.id. Let me save it right now, and if I now refresh the page actually, it does not work because my dev server is not running. So let's again do an npm-1 dev. Let's go back, let me restart the dev server again. This now takes a bit, so let me wait for that real quick. So here now you see my dev server is again running. I can again go to the home page. And now in theory, actually the Stripe customer should be now created since I did this if check. If there's no customer, please create one. So let's see, I will now go to Stripe right here. Let me click on where are they customers. And now we should have one customer, and yes, that's me. So you see this fully works. Also, we can see if this also is present in my database. So let me open a new terminal tab, and let's do an npx prisma init, or not init, I'm sorry, but studio, since I want to open the studio. And now you see right here in the studio, I have now added a Stripe custom ID. So this also fully works now. And now we can actually create a checkout experience so that the user can check out, since the user now actually has a Stripe custom ID. So let's actually do that. So what I'll do right now is, first of all, I want to fetch data. I want to fetch the user Stripe customer ID. So right here under this map or array, let's do an async function. Let's call it get data, and let me open that. Now inside of here, I will create a constant data, which will be equal to await Prisma. Now I will import Prisma manually again. So let's do an import Prisma from our lib folder. And now inside of here, what I want to actually do is select from a subscription model. Now, as you see, I don't have a subscription model. If I open my schema.prisma file right now, we only have a user model. But now I also want to create a subscription model. So under this model user, let's create a new model, which will be called subscription. I think this is spelled correctly. Let's see. Yeah, it looks alright. Let's give it right here Stripe subscription ID. This will be of type string, and let's do an add ID and add unique. Then the next field I want is the interval. So what's the interval? It will be monthly or yearly. This will be of type string. Then I want to get a status. This will be of string. Now what's the status? Well, the status tells us, hey, is the subscription active? Is it cancelled? Is it past due? Does the customer owe me money? Etc. Then I want to get the plan ID. This will be also of type string. Then let's get the current period start. This will be of type int, so integer. Then let's get the current period end. This will be of type int. And then let's also get the created at timestamp. So this will be of type date time and at default of now. Let's also get the updated at timestamp. This will be of date time and at updated at. So now, if you think about it, we now have to create a relation between the user and the subscription model. How do you do that? You have in total actually 3 options: one-to-one, one-to-many, or many-to-many. Now, many-to-many does not work. One-to-many does not work, only one-to-one works, because one subscription only has one user and one user only has one subscription. So how do you actually do that in Prisma? Well, it's actually not that hard as you would think. So what I'll do now inside of the subscription model is right here get the user, and this will be equal to the user. And what I'll do is now just click save, and in theory it should create the relation for me automatically. So I will click save. And the subscription model looks fine. We get right here the user. So right here we relate it to the user ID, and then we've referenced it here within string. This looks actually quite alright. Let me actually also mark it right here at unique, since our user ID is unique. But now the problem right here in the user model is that it gave us subscription array, and subscription array actually means one-to-many, but I don't want to have one-to-many, but I want to have one-to-one. So I will delete this array and add a question mark at the end. And now we have created a one-to-one relationship. Now we of course also again have to push this schema to our remote database. So I will stop my dev server, let me clear everything, and let's do an npx prisma db push. This will now push our code to our Postgres database, and it should work. So let's see. And yes, as you see now, our database is in sync with our Prisma schema. This is very nice, and you see this works. So now I can go back to our page.tsx. Let me first of all restart my dev server with npm1 dev. And now right here, I can now get the subscription model. Now, what do I want to do inside of the subscription model? Well, I want to find a unique subscription right here. And then inside of here, we actually now have to create a where statement. So I only want to get a subscription where the user ID matches my current user ID. So in the params, let's just get the user ID. This will be of type string. And then let's pass it right here. So then what else do I want to select? So let's create a select statement. I want to select the current status, so let's set that to true. And then also from the user model, I want to select actually the Stripe custom ID. So let's set that also to true. So now we actually select the subscription status. So if it's true, if it's active or not. And then also of the user, the Stripe custom ID. Now I can actually return that data, and now we can get it in the front end. So right here, I will do a constant data, which will be equal to await get data. Now you see we get an error right here. So first of all, await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So let's mark it as an export default async function. And then also our get data function misses one argument, which is the actual user ID. So if I go back to the navbar, what we have to do is again import this getKind server session. So I will copy the import actually. Let me paste it right here on the top. And now I can use it in the component. So let's do in const, I will destructure. This will be equal to getKind server session. And what I want to get right here is the get user. Now let's do in constant user, which will be equal to await get user. And now we actually get the user ID. So right here I can now just pass in as an argument the user.id as string. And now you see we don't get any errors anymore, and this now also fully works. So what do we do now actually? Well, it's quite simple. Right here we now have this form with this buy today. What I want to do now is actually make this button work. And to make it work, we have to create a server action. So what I'll do right now is right here under this constant data, let's create a new async function. So let's do an async function, which we'll call create subscription. Then let's open that. Now again, the important thing is currently the server action is just a normal client action. So what we have to do is actually right here mark it as useServer to tell React, hey, this is in server action, which should only run on the server. Now inside of here, what I want to do is first of all, if there's no actual, so let's use the exclamation mark, data.user.stripe customer ID, let's actually throw a new error. So let's do an throw new error. And let's just say right here, unable to get customer ID, something like that. If there is in Stripe customer ID, we can actually create the subscription. So right here we can do in const subscription URL. This will be equal to await get Stripe session. Now get Stripe session is imported from our lib folder and from the Stripe file actually. And now inside of here, we have to actually add a few things. So the customer ID, the domain URL, and the price ID. Let's first of all add the customer ID. This will be equal to data.user.stripe customer ID. Then we also have to add a domain URL. Now the domain URL for now will be hard-coded, and I would say http :// localhost 3000. Now at the end, of course, I won't make it hard-coded, but for now it's actually fine. And then the last field which we need is the price ID. And the price ID, I will actually get it right now from my environment variables. If you open your env file right here, we already pasted our price ID. Now let's actually also create a name or a variable name. So let's do right here stripe _ price _ ID. And this will be equal to what I've just copied right here. I will now paste it right here. And now we have a stripe price ID. Let me stop my dev server right here, let's clear it, and let me restart it again, since if we change environment variables, the dev environment has to always restart, and I know Next.js does that automatically, but I'm just not the fan of it. I don't know, I just feel safer if I do it manually. Now, okay, we have now done that. I can now actually get it now right here, so process.env. Let me copy the name right here, stripe _ price ID, paste it, and let's do an as string. So now in theory this should work. The only thing I have to do right here is add also a return redirect. Now redirect again importantly imported from next/navigation, and let me pass the subscription URL. So now actually our server action should work. Now the last thing I have to do is actually set up the server action to work with our button right here. So let's give our form a action. For the action, let's just say create subscription, because that's the name of our server action. And before I actually test out if it works, I want to actually make the button a bit better. I want to again add the pending state and everything like that. For that, if you can remember, we had this component called submit buttons where we actually created something like that. So what I'll do right here is actually create a new export function. I will name it stripe subscription creation button. I know, very long name, but I like this name. Inside of here, let me again get the pending state. And now this will be equal to use form status, again, as always. And now inside of here, let's create a return statement. I will use empty brackets. And then inside of here, I will now do a ternary statement. So if pending is true, let me return something. And if this is false, let me return something else. So if pending is true, I will just copy right here this button from the top, since I don't want to change anything. The only difference is instead of wfit, let me do wfull. And then if it's not true, so if the button is not pending, I will just copy this button right here. Let me get it right here and paste it. Now the only thing that is currently missing right here is the type. and the type will be submit. Now the only thing that I don't like right now is this by today name. Let me change it to create subscription. I think that's better. And now we can actually use this component. So now instead of this button, let me render the Stripe create subscription button. This is in self-closing tag, and let's see if this now works. So I will go back to our dev server. Let me reload our page. This should load. Let's see. So now our dev server is running again. Let me now click on billing actually. So we'll now get redirected to dashboard/billing, and now we get an error. Cannot read properties of null reading user. Weird error, right? So let's actually try to understand what the error is. Right here we have our async function create subscription. The error comes from this file. And actually the error comes from here, data.user.stripe custom ID. The error tells us that property of null cannot be read. So we don't actually have in Stripe custom ID. Where is that? Well, right here we fetch our Stripe custom ID based on a subscription which is currently not existent. And that's why it throws an error and it tells us, hey, there's actually no Stripe custom ID. I don't know what you want to do. So what we actually have to do is fetch our Stripe custom ID inside of the server action. So right here, what I'll do is a const db user. This will be equal to await Prisma. Now Prisma.user.find unique. I want to find a unique user where the actual ID is equal to the user.id. Then I want to select only one thing, and that's the Stripe customer ID. So let's set that to true. Now right here, instead of checking data.user, what we want to do is if there's no dbuser.stripe custom ID. And then also right here, instead of using data.user.stripe custom ID, we'll use an dbuser.stripe custom ID. Now you see we don't get any errors anymore, and we can now actually use that. So let me reload the page. You now see we don't get any errors anymore. And now I think it's time to test out if the subscription works. So let me click right here on create subscription. We should now get redirected to the Stripe page. Let's see. You right here see we got redirected. And now if I zoom in a bit for you guys, you right here now see $30 per month. I know for me it's currently in German, but for you guys it should be in the local language. But you see the price, it's per month. You can subscribe, give your card details, and then pay for it. But before we try all of this actual stuff, because currently it does not fully work as we need it, because we haven't set up webhooks, but we can test out something else. If I click right here to go back, so I will click right here to go back, you'll see we'll get redirected back to our homepage, but we get in 4.4 not found. What's the error? Well, we got redirected to /payment/cancelled. And the problem is we currently haven't created a page for /payment/cancelled. So let's actually do that. So right now, let me go to the code. Let me collapse everything. Let's go inside of the app folder. And then right here, let me create a new folder called payment. Now inside of this payment folder, we'll have two more folders. So first of all, the success folder and the cancelled folder. Let's start with the cancelled folder, not file, but folder. And then inside of this cancelled folder, let's create a page.tsx. Let me also create in the payment folder another folder. This will be the success folder. And let's create a page.tsx inside of here. So let's start with the cancelled card right here, or the cancelled route. Let's start with an export default function. This will be the, cancelled route, something like that. Let me open that. And then inside of here, let's start with a return statement. So let's give it right here, first of all, a div element. Let me give it a class name of wfull. Let's do a minimum height of custom value 80 viewport height. Let me also do in flex, and then items of center and justify of center to center the children in the center. Then let's use the card component imported from the components folder. Let me give it a class name of w custom value 350 pixels. Then inside of this card component, let's render a div element, give it a class name of padding 6. Then inside of this div, let me render another div. And inside of this div, I will now render a X icon. So from Lucid React, and this is a self-closing tag. Let's see how that looks first of all. So I will reload this page. We currently get an error, but this should go away. And yes, now we have this little card right here, as you see. Now still this does not look perfect, so let's actually change a few things. So for the parent element of this X icon, let's first of all style it. Let's give it a class name of wfull flex and justify, which will be center. And then for the X icon, let's give it a class name of W12, H of 12, rounded, which will be full, and then I want to have a BG of red, which will be 500, and I want to have an opacity of 30%. Then let's do our text, which will be red of 500, and a padding of 2. Let's see how that looks like. This should look quite nice, honestly, and yes, it already looks 1000 times better. Now, under this X icon and under the div element, let me create another div element. Let's give it a class name of margin top 3, text, which will be center, SM, so smaller devices and upwards, will be a margin top of 5, and W of full. Inside of here, I'll render an H3 tag, and let's just say payment failed. Let's save that and let's see how that looks. And yeah, it looks alright, but we can of course make it look better. So let's style the H3, let's give it a class name. This will be text of LG, and then leading, which will be 6. And let's also do a font, which will be medium. Let's save that, let's see how that looks like. Yeah, it looks already way better, that's nice. Now under the H3, let's render a div element. Let's give it a class name of margin top 2. And inside of here, let's render a p tag. And then for content, let's actually say no worries, you won't be charged. I don't know, please try again. Something like that. I think that's fine. Let's see how that looks like. Yeah, it isn't looking that good, but we can of course change that. Let's give it a class name of text, which will be small, and then also text, which will be muted of foreground. Let's see how that looks like. Yeah, already way better, smaller, and we also have a color separation. So now we have payment failed, no worries, so this description. I think the last thing we need is a button with which we can then actually redirect to the home page. So under this p tag and under the div element, let me render another div element. Let's give it a class name of margin top 5, and on small device and upwards, margin top of 6, and W of full. Now inside of here, let me render the button component, which is imported from our components. Now inside of here, let me actually render a link component from next-link. Let's say go back to dashboard. Let's also give it an href right here, which will be the index page, so just an empty slash. Let's see if this works. Let's go back. And yeah, this looks actually quite nice. Now there's still one thing I want to do right here. Let's give it a class name of wfull, so for the button, and let's also do right here an as child. So if I now save that, everything should still work, and you see now we have the full width. And now if I hover over it, you see it links to our homepage. So let's actually click on the button and we should get redirected to the homepage, and that's exactly what happened. So that's nice, this also fully works. Now the second thing I want to do is create a success page. So right here we have our success folder, and what I'll do right now is let's go inside of this route. Let's do an export default function. This will be the success route, something like that, and let me open that. Now let's create a return statement, and for the return statement I will just copy the content in our cancelled route. So since it will actually have the same look, and I can now just paste it. Now we have to import the card component from our components. Now instead of an X icon, so that did something bad, let's actually import a check. This is from Lucid React. Then instead of using the red color, let's use a green color. So also for the text, green 500. That looks nice. Now for the text, instead of payment failed, let's say payment successful. This looks nice. And then let me import the button component from our components. And then let me also import the link component from the next/link. So this should work. Let's see. I will go to actual /payment/success. Let's see. We should now see a nice card component, and yes, this looks nice. But now instead of no worries, you won't be charged, let's change that a bit. So let me delete it, and let's say congrats on your subscription. Please check your email for further instructions, something like that. I think that's fine. Let's see how that looks like, and yeah, it looks quite nice. So now I can click on go back to dashboard and we should get redirected, and that's exactly what happened. So this works perfectly. Now our cancelled and successful page both work. So now let me click on billing actually right here, and what I'll do now is click on create subscription. Let's see if actually creating a subscription works. So we got redirected, this is nice. Right here for card data, you can do 42424242. This is just a demo card. You won't be charged in real life. No worries. All is good. We are in a demo environment. Then for the month, 4242, and for CVC, 4242. For name, I would say Jan Marshall, and country looks fine. Now I will click on actual subscription or to subscribe to this plan. This now loads, as you see. It was successful, and we'll get redirected to our success page. If I now go to Stripe, I can now click right here on payments. And what you'll see right here, succeeded, $30 subscription created by customer, so by myself. I can also click on the customers tab right here on the customer itself, so on me, and you also see right here that I created a new subscription for $30. So congrats, you have now created a fake payment. I'm sorry, this is not real life money, but hey, this is now already your first step into becoming a successful SaaS owner. Very nice, right? So now this has been created, which is nice. So I can now subscribe and everything works. But if I now reload actually our page, or not reload, let me click right here and go back to dashboard, and then let me click on billing right here. You will still see that I can again subscribe. Why does that show? I'm already subscribed. I shouldn't be able to again subscribe. Well, what we have to do is actually, when we load the data right here, we have to check, hey, does the customer have already a subscription? If so, what we'll have to do is show a customer portal where the user can change the subscription. But before we even can do that, we first of all have to actually set up a webhook so that our database knows that, hey, this user has created a new subscription, so give him a status of active. So the next step is actually to create first of all a webhook endpoint, and after that we can actually right here show the customer portal. Now to create our webhook, I will go in the app folder, in the API folder, and then right here in the API folder, let me create a new folder. Let's name it webhook, I think that's fine. And then let's also create a child folder, we'll name it Stripe. And then in the Stripe folder, I will create a route.ts file. Now, inside of this route.ts file, we'll now actually create the API handler, or actually what we'll do is create a webhook with which we'll listen for events which will come from Stripe. So for example, a user will create a subscription. We'll then take this event that Stripe sends to us and then update our database based on the event. So let's actually do that. Now, this is actually not that complicated to create. The only problem is that you have to actually write a lot of boilerplate, but still we'll get through it. Now the first thing is that this won't be a get API route, but a post API route, since we of course want to post data to our database. So let's do an export async function. Let's name it post, uppercased, and then inside of here, let me get the request, and the type will just be the request. And let's open the function. And now the first thing I want to get is the body element, or the body, I guess, payload. So let's do a constant body, which will be equal to await request.text. And then the next step which I need is actually the Stripe signature. So let's do a constant signature. This will be equal to actually headers. Now headers is imported from next/headers, and we can actually get the header since this API route won't be cached. Then let's do right here a .get. And now inside of here, I want to get the Stripe-signature. Now it's important. It's very, very important that you spell that correctly. If you misspell it, you'll get errors. So please spell Stripe signature correct. If you're not sure if you spelled it correctly, go to my GitHub and copy it from there just to be safe. Okay. Now I want to actually create an event. So let's do let event. And this will have a type which will be Stripe. Let's import Stripe from Stripe.event. So now what we have to do is actually construct a webhook. So the thing is currently we just check, hey, do we get a body? Do we get a signature? And what we do, and what we have to do now is actually construct an event. And right here we have now to pass the body, the signature, and then also a webhook secret, and then we can construct an event. So under this let event, let's do a try catch statement. So try and catch. If there will be an error, let's right here do an return new response. Also, first of all, right here for the catch, let me also get the error actually, and the error will be of type unknown. And right here now, return new response, and let's just say, I don't know, webhook error. Now you could also paste the error right here if you want to, but let me just pass a status and let's say 400. That's all. I think that's fine. Now let's actually do the try statement. So we can do right here the event, and then this will be equal to Stripe. Now Stripe is imported from our lib folder right here. So not anymore this uppercase Stripe, but the lowercase Stripe. And then let's do .webhooks and let's get .construct event, since we want to construct a new event. Now we have to pass right here 3 things. So first of all, our body, we have to pass our signature, and we have now to pass our webhook secret. Now we won't pass it as in string. You could do that, but I won't recommend that. What we'll do is we store it in the environment variable and then pass it right here. So let me open my .env file, and then let's right here just do stripe underscore webhook. Let me spell that correctly, underscore secret, and for now the value will just be some gibberish. Now let me copy the value right here, stripe webhook secret, and then inside of here we can do a process.env.stripe webhook secret as string. Now right here we currently get 1 error for signature, and it tells me argument of type string or null is not assignable to type string. So what we'll do right here is just an as string, and now we don't get any errors anymore, as you see. So now the next step is where we now actually create our Stripe webhook, or we construct a new event. What we want to do now is actually get the session. So let's right here do a constant session, and this will be equal to event.data.object. And now let's also give the session a type. So let's just do an as stripe.checkout.session. So now we have a type, and if you hover over session, you see session is of type stripe checkout session. This is very nice, and now we can actually listen for our webhook events and then return whatever you want to return. So let's actually do that right now. So what we'll do is actually use an if-else statement. So under this constant session, let's do an if statement, and then let's do an event.type, and if this is equal to, let's say right here, checkout .session.completed. So if the checkout has been completed, we want to create a new subscription for the user. The first thing I want to get is actually retrieve the subscription. So let's do right here a constant subscription. This will be equal to await stripe.subscriptions, and then I want to retrieve a subscription. Inside of here, I have to now pass our session.subscription and then also mark it as string. Now we don't get any errors anymore, and this looks very nice. Now the next step I want to get is the custom ID, or the Stripe custom ID. So let's do a constant customer ID. This will be equal to, let's say, string, and then inside of here we can get the session.customer. Now the next step which I want to do is now fetch the user from our database. So let's do right here constant user. This will be equal to await Prisma. Now Prisma does not automatically import for me, so on top I will do an import Prisma, and let me import that from the lib folder. And right here we can now continue .user.find unique, since I want to find a unique user, and now where the Stripe custom ID is equal to the customer ID which we get right here from Stripe. So this is nice. Now let's actually see that the user actually exists. So let's do an if statement, and if there's no user, let's throw a new error. So let's do an throw new error, and let's just say user not found ... This looks nice. Okay, so now we actually get the subscription, we get the custom ID, we fetch our user, and if there's no user, we throw an error. Now the next step is to actually create a subscription for our user. So let's do an await Prisma.subscription.create, since we want to create a new subscription, and now we have to pass some data. So let's start with the Stripe subscription ID, and this will be equal to our subscription.id. Quite simple, right? Let's also pass our user ID, not user, but user ID right here, and this will be equal to user.id. Then the next step is to pass our current period start. Now this will be equal to subscription.current period start. Then let's also give it a current period end, and this will be equal to subscription.current period end right here. Then the next value is the status. This is very important for us, and this will be equal to subscription.status. So it will tell us, is the subscription active, past due, is it currently trialing status, so whatever it is currently. And then let's also pass our plan ID. This will be equal to subscription. So let me get it, subscription.items.data. Now data is currently an array, so let's get the first value inside of here, and let's do a .plan plan.id. So now we get the plan ID, and then the last step is to get the interval. So how do we pay? Monthly, yearly, quarterly, whatever. And then this will be equal to string. So we want to stringify it. So right here then subscription.items.data. We again want to get the first item in the array, and then this will be the .plan.interval. So now we are actually done. We have created the first event, or we listened for the first event, and that's the checkout session completed. So again, to actually summarize what we did right here, we check for this event right here. So when the user has successfully checked out, we then retrieve the actual subscription, and then also the customer which created the subscription. We fetch the user, see if it actually exists. If not, we actually throw an error, and then at last we create an actual subscription in our database. So this is very cool, but still we are not done. We now have another event which I want to listen for. So after this event type checkout session completed, let's right here create another if statement, and right here we'll check for if event.type is equal to invoice.payment.succeeded. Let me open that. Now inside of here we actually have to do almost again the same. We have to again retrieve our subscription. So let's do a constant subscription. This will be then equal to await stripe.subscriptions.retrieve, and we have to now pass our current session.subscription. So let's do in session.subscription, and then this will be as string to not get any errors. So this looks nice, and all we have to do now here is actually update the user subscription. So let's right here do an await prisma.subscription.update. And then right here, let's do a where statement, since I only want to update a specific subscription. And right here, let's get the Stripe subscription ID, and this should be equal to the subscription.id, which we get right here from our event. Then the next step, we have to update some data, and I want to update our plan ID. This will be equal to subscription.items.data. We'll get the first item inside of the array, .price.id. Then the next step is to get the current period start actually, and this will be equal to subscription.current period start. Let's also do the same for the end. So let's get the current period end, and this will be equal to subscription.current period end. Then let's also get the status, and this will be equal to subscription.status. Now that's actually all we have to do. We have now done everything we need, and we are now actually almost done with our response, or with our webhook. I'm sorry. The last thing we have to do now is actually also create a new response so that our webhook was successful. So let's right here just do a return. Let me spell that correctly. New response. And then let's do right here null, and let's give it a status of actually 200. And 200 just means, hey, this response was successful, great, everything works. So we are now done. We have created an actual webhook. We have constructed an event, and we check for 2 events. Now in production environments, I would create way more events. I would listen also for, did the card get abandoned? Should I do an abandoned card email? I won't do it right now because there's a lot of events which you can listen for. But these are the 2 most important ones which you need to handle payments, and that's why I will only implement those 2. So now I think it's actually time to listen to this event. So let me first of all go to the Stripe website. Now right here in our Stripe dashboard, I will now click right here on developers and then click on webhooks. Now right here we can click on test in a local environment, since that's exactly what we want to do. I will authenticate right here, and then once I'm actually authenticated, what I want to do now is copy the Stripe login so that I can actually authenticate my CLI or my environment. I will copy that. Now the important thing is that you have the CLI installed, so the Stripe CLI. If you haven't, just follow the guide right here. I already installed it, so that's fine for me. I will open a new terminal tab right here and then just paste Stripe login. It will now actually ask me to authenticate my project, so I will follow the link. And now it asks me, hey, do you want to grant the Stripe CLI access to your account information? Yes, that's the correct actual project, so let me click on allow access. It has now access, or it has granted the access now. If I now go back to our project, actually you see everything was successful and we haven't got any errors, which is great. Now the next step is to forward our events to our webhook. So I will copy this right here and paste it right here. Now, currently this is the incorrect URL, so it isn't localhost 4242, it should be localhost 3000, and this shouldn't be /webhook, but it should be /API/webhook/Stripe. Now I can actually click right here, enter, and now it will actually get our secret key. So now we have right here a webhook secret key. So I will copy this webhook secret key since we need it, and then in this environment variable, I will now paste it right here for our env. So now we have an actual Stripe webhook secret, and in theory, our webhooks should now also actually work. Now, one important thing is I want you to leave your webhook open right here in the second terminal tab. It's very important that this tab is open, because if not, our whole webhook won't work. Now, in our other terminal field, I will just restart my dev server just to be safe. So let me do an npm 1dev, and let me go back to localhost 3000. So I'm now in localhost 3000 as you see, and now let's actually test it out. I will click right here on billing as you see, and before I actually check out right here, let me go back to the dashboard. Let me close this webhook page. Let me go on payments, and then right here I will just click on refund payment just to be safe. Let me click on refund. This will take a bit, and you see right here, if I now reload the Stripe page, let's see, you now right here see refunded. Okay, and now right here I will click on create subscription to create a subscription. You now see right here I can pay, so let me click on pay now. This loads. We should get redirected in a second to our success page, which we have created already. So now you see this was successful. We see we have a loading indicator. I got redirected. So if I now go back, we should now open our terminal. So the second terminal, which I have right here. And now you see everything which has been created. I can now open another terminal field. And now let's do an npx Prisma Studio to open our studio and see if we actually have a new subscription. So this loads right here. Let's see. We should now have our subscription model in a second. So let me click right here on subscription. We have one active subscription as you see, and this is correct. We should now also see the data, and yes, we have an interval of month, a status which is active. We have a plan ID, a current period start, an end, and when it was created, etc. Also, you right here see it's mapped to a user, and that's actually myself. I'm the user. So you see, yeah, it actually works. Now let me click on go back to dashboard, and what will we do now? So our billing page right here currently just has this pricing card. Let's actually now create the Stripe customer portal. So what we'll do right here is an if check, and if the status of our subscription is active, we'll render the customer portal, and if not, we'll render this pricing card. So what we'll do right here is an if statement, and if data.status is equal to active, we will now return our customer portal. So let me return a div element. Let me give it a class name of grid items, which will be start, and also gap, which will be 8. Then inside of here, I will create another div element. Let me give it a class name of flex items, which will be center, and then also justify, which will be between. And let me also do a padding x of 2, so on the horizontal side. Then inside of here, let me do another div, and let's say class name of grid and gap of 1. Then inside of here, I can render an h1, and let's just say subscription. And let's also render a p tag, and let's say settings regarding your subscription. So let me actually save that, and let's see how that looks like. And I don't see anything. Well, right here, I don't return anything. So let's do a return statement, and now return that. Let me delete this colon. And we should now see our title and description in a second. So let me just refresh the page. And yes, you now see a title, subscription, and settings regarding your subscription. Let's now actually style that so that it looks nice. Let's give it a class name right here of text, which will be 3XL, not 2, but 3XL. On medium devices, a text of 4XL. And I think this should be all. Let's see how that looks like. And yeah, it's now a bit bigger. It looks nice. Let's also make our description look better. Let's give it a class name of text, which will be LG, and then also text muted of foreground. This should now have a grayish color, and the text should be a bit smaller. And yeah, it looks way better. Let's see it in light mode. And yes, in light mode, it also looks nice. So let's now actually continue with creating actual button. So under the p tag and then under the two following divs, so just above the last div, let's render a card component. We have already imported that. Let me give it a class name of wfull and lg of width 2/3. Then inside of here, let's get the card header imported from our components, and let's get a card title. Then right here we'll say edit subscription. Let's also render under the card title a card description. And right here we'll just say, I don't know, click on the button below. This will give you the opportunity to change your payment details and view your statement at the same time. Something like that. Write whatever you want. I think it's also not written correct right here, but I don't care. Let's see how that looks like. We should now have a card with a title and a description. And yes, that's exactly what you see right here. It looks quite nice. Now under that, I want to now render the actual button. So under the card header, let me get the card content. And then inside of here, I'll just render a form. Now let me just delete the action for now, since I don't have any. And inside of here, I will just say a button currently. And let's just say, I don't know, launch something, launch portal. We'll change it. I just want to see the button. And let's see, it loads, and yes, you see launch portal. It looks quite nice. Now, before I create the actual action, I think we should actually, first of all, style our button. And to do that, let's go to our component, which is called submitbuttons.tsx, and we'll create a new function. So let's do an export function. Let's name it Stripe portal. And let me open that function. Inside of here, let me again get the pending state. So I will just copy paste it. And then let's create a return statement. Let's use these empty brackets right here. Let's do a check. So if pending is true, let's use internally. Let's return something. And if this is false, let's return something else. So if the button is currently in a pending state, let me just copy this button from here, from the top. Let's paste it. Instead of wfull, let's do a wfit. And then if it's not true, so if the button is currently not in the pending state, let's again get our button, so button component, and let's just say view payment details. I think that's fine. Let's also give it a class name. The class name will be w of full, or not full, I'm sorry, but fit. And let's also give it a type of submit. So let's save that and let's go back to our building page. And now instead of rendering this button, let's actually render our component, which is the Stripe portal component. So now this should actually work. So let me save that. Let's see how it looks like. So this should now change. And yes, we now have the button view payment details, and that looks quite nice. But if I click on it, you see nothing currently happens. And that's because our form is currently not set up to anything, and we just default to a GET request. So let's first of all create a new server action. We have first of all this server action currently right here, which is the create subscription server action. Underneath that, let's create a new async function and let's name it create customer portal. And let me open that function. Let's first of all mark it as use server, since I want to tell React or also Next.js, hey, this is a server action which should run only on the server. Now inside of here, let's do a constant session. This will be equal to await Stripe. We import Stripe from our lib folder .billing portal .sessions .create, since we want to create a new portal. Now inside of here we have to actually return a few things. We have to get our customer or our custom ID. So let's do a data.user.stripe customer ID. And then I also have to pass a return URL. So where we should return after this actual customer portal. So let's right here just say http //localhost 3000 /dashboard. Now you see we currently get an error right here, and it tells me customer type string null or undefined is not assignable to type string. So let me do an as string, and now we don't get any errors anymore. Now the last thing we have to do is actually also redirect the user to the customer portal. So let's right here do a return redirect, and then let's pass the session.url. Now this should actually work. So let's actually now hook up our server action to our form. So let's give it an action. And now how did we name it? Well, we named it create customer portal. So I will copy the name and paste it right here. So let's actually test it out, right? So I will go back. I will reload the page again just to be safe. And what we'll do now is actually click right here on view payment details. And now we got an error. You can't create a portal session in test mode until you save your customer's portal settings in test mode. So I will copy the CL. Now importantly, don't copy the dot at the end or you'll get an error. And let me just paste it right now inside of our dashboard. So now we get redirected as you see. And what I have to do now here is just click on Save Changes. With that, I now actually allow the customer portal. And if we now actually go back, I will just refresh the page right here so that we don't see the error anymore. And now I can actually click on View Payment Details. You see we have a loading indicator right here and we get redirected to the Stripe actual customer portal as you see right here. And now you see also the active subscriptions. I currently have 2, but we already refunded one, so that's all fine. So this is quite nice as you see, and if I now click right here on the top to go back to my actual website, we should get redirected just to our normal dashboard. And that's exactly what happened, and as you see this is perfect since this now fully works as we wanted it to. So now I think the last step has come, and that's actually to make our homepage work. So currently we don't have anything, it just says hello from the dashboard, and I think we should actually change that. Now before we can actually do anything, I think we should actually first of all create a new model in our schema. Now this will be the model node. So let's do a model which will be called node, and let's open that. Now what's the first thing we have to add? Well, that's the ID. This will be of type string, at ID at default, and this will be just UUID. Then the next value which I want to have is the title. This will be of type string. Let's also do a description. This will be also of type string. Let's do a created at timestamp. This will be of datetime at default now. And let's also do an updated at timestamp, and this will be of type datetime, and let's do an at updated at. Then the last thing I want to do is create a relation between the user and a node. So how do we do that? Well, again, there are 3 relation models, one-to-one, one-to-many, and many-to-many. Now, I want to create a one-to-many relationship, so one node can have one user, but the one user can have multiple nodes. So how do we do that? Well, it's actually very, very simple. Right here in the user model, we'll just say, hey, I want to get the nodes, and this will be equal to node with an array symbol. If I now click save, you'll see everything will be generated automatically. Now, again, if you want that it actually also generates automatically for you, you can go to the extensions tab and install the Stripe extension. So I will search for it. And not the Stripe, I'm sorry, I'm in Prisma, not in Stripe. So let's search for the Prisma extension, and that's right here. So if you install it, you will get the same actual auto generation. So we're now done. We have now created a node model, and we also have a relation to the user model. I can now actually open the terminal. Let me stop everything, clear everything, and let's do an npx prisma db push to push our schema to our actual remote database at Supabase. So now you see our database is now in sync with our Prisma schema, and this is very nice. Let me reload our dev server with npm run dev. Let me restart it right here. And now let's actually create the page. So what I'll do right now is go inside of the page.tsx in our dashboard. So page.tsx in the dashboard right here, where we say hello from the dashboard. So now let's actually change that. Let me first of all delete everything inside of this return statement. And let's create a new div element. Let's give it a class name. This will be of grid and items, which will be start, and then also gap y of 8. Then inside of here, let me create another div. Let me give it a class name, which will be flex, items, which will be center, justify, which will be between, and then padding x of 2. Then inside of here, I will create another div element. Let me say class name of grid and gap, which will be 1. And then inside of here, I'll render an h1. Inside of here, let's just say your nodes. And under that, let's render a p tag. And let's say here, you can see and create new nodes, something like that. Let's see how that looks like. So this should now update. And yes, as you see, your nodes and our small description. Let's now style that. So for our h1, let's get a class name of text, which will be 3xl, and on medium devices, a text of 4xl. For the description, so for the p tag, let's do a class name of text, which will be lg, and then also a text, which will be muted or foreground. Let's save that. Let's see how that looks like. This should look quite nice. And yes, it looks very nice. Now under that, or actually on the right side, so what I want to do is right here on the right side, a button where the user can click to create a new node actually. So under the p tag and under this div element, I will now actually import our button component from our components. Let me go to right here in property, which is as child, and inside of here, let me render the link component imported from next/link. And let's say create a new node. Let's also right here give it an href, and the href will just be /dashboard/new. Let's save that. Let's see how that looks like. So right here on the right side, we should now get a button, and that's exactly what you see. Create a new node. This looks very nice in my opinion, and we have now created the heading. Now what will we do here? Well, right here on the bottom, I of course want to render the nodes. But what happens if we don't have any nodes? We have to have something like in default state if the user does not have any nodes created. So what I'll do is actually fetch the data, and then we'll do an if-else statement, and if we have some data, we will show it right here, and if not, we'll just show a default, I don't know, you don't have any nodes, create a node. So let's go back to our code, and then on top right here, let's do an async function, let's do an get data. And then right here, let's open that. Then inside of here, let's do constant data, which will be equal to await Prisma. Now Prisma does not automatically import for me. So on top, let's do an import Prisma from our lib folder. Then right here, we can continue with await Prisma.node.find many, since I want to find many nodes. And I want to find them where our user ID actually matches our current user. So in the params, let's get the user ID, which will be of type string. Now we can pass it right here, and now we don't get any errors anymore. Now also another thing I want to do is do an order by, since I don't want to just order with some random thing, but I want to order by the created at timestamp. And I want to get the actual newest items or newest nodes on the top and then the oldest at the bottom. So let's do created at descending. So descending means the newest ones on the top and the oldest ones at the bottom. Now the last step is to return the data. So let me just do right here and return data. Now let's get the data in our front end. So let's do constant data equals to await get data. We now get an error right here. It tells me await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So let's do an export default async function. Now we have one error less. Now the second error is expected one argument but got 0. So we have to pass the user ID. Now how do we get it? Well, in our navbar, we already done that. We import get kind server session and then just get our user. So let me copy this import statement right here. Let me go on top and again paste it. And now right here we can do a const, let me the structure, and this will be equal to get kind server session. And I want to get the actual get user function. Now let's do a constant user, which will be equal to await get user. And now we can pass it right here as an argument. So user.id as string. Now we don't get any errors anymore, and this looks quite nice. So what we'll do now is under this button component and under the div, so just above the last div, let me now do an ternary. So if data.length is smaller than 1, so if it's 0 in that case, let's use an ternary, let's return something, and if this is false, let's return something else. Right here, let's just say in div, just to not get any errors anymore. And now on the top right here, so if we don't have any items, let me return another div element. Let's give it a class name. This will be flex. Let's do a minimum height, which will be a custom value of 400 pixels. Then let's also do a flex, which will be call, items, which will be center. Let's do justify, which will be center, so that we actually center all of our children. Then let's do rounded, which will be medium, and a border which is dashed, since I want to have like little dots. Let's do a padding, which will be 8. Let's do a text, which will be center. And then let's also do an animate, which is in. And let's do a fade in of 50. Now inside of this div element, let me render another div element. And then inside of this div element, let me render a new icon, which is the file icon. I import that from Lucid React. Let me also give it a class name, which is W of 10 and H of 10. Let's also do a text, which is primary. Let's see how that looks like. I will save that and I will go back. And that's what you see right here. We have a card element and then also this file icon. Now this looks not that nice, so let me actually style the parent div element. Let's give it a class name of flex, h of 20, width of 20, items which are center, justify which is center, and then let's also do a rounded of full and bg of primary, and I want to get 10% of the opacity, so I will do an bg primary of /10. Let's see how that looks like. This should look quite nice, and yes, it looks very good in my opinion. Now currently you see we don't have any padding at the top, and that's because I misspelled right here gap y8, so let me add a dash. And if I now go back, we should now see a margin to the top. And yes, that's exactly what you see. So now we can actually create right here an h1, so in title and a small description. So under the file icon and under the div element, let me create a h1, and let's just say you don't have any nodes created. Let's save that. Let's see how that looks like. And yeah, it looks alright, but we can style it a bit better. So let's actually right here give it a class name. This will be margin top of 6, since I want to have a bit of margin to the top. Let's do in text, which will be XL, and then font, which will be semi-bold. Let me also create a description under the H2. And now for the content of the P tag, I will just paste something, and this is right here just, you currently don't have any nodes, please create some so that you can see them right here. Let me save that, let's see how that looks like. It should look not that nice, but hey. So yeah, you see it does not look that good, so let's give it a class name right here for the P tag. A class name of margin bottom, which will be 8. Let's do a margin top of 2. Let's do a text, which will be center, a text, which will be small. Then let's also do a leading, which will be 6, and then also a text, which will be muted or foreground. Now if you save it, you see it looks currently like that. One thing I could maybe do is also max width. So let's do a max width of, I don't know, SM, and then also MX of auto. Let's see how that looks like. And yes, I think this looks even better. Now the last thing I want to do is render a button at the bottom, so it says something like create new node. So under this P tag right here, let me render a new button component, and let's right here just copy it right here on the top actually, so that I don't have to write everything again. Let's see how that looks like. So right here we now should have this button, and yes, it looks quite nice in my opinion, as you see. So now we are done with the default state when the user does not have any nodes. And now we should actually also make the ability so that the user can create a new node. So let me go right here inside of our Explorer, in the app folder, inside of the dashboard folder, and let me create a new folder called new. Then inside of here, let's render a page.tsx. Now this route will be actually there to create new nodes. So let's do an export default function. This will just be called, I don't know, new node route. And then let me just open that function. Inside of here, let me create a new return statement, and let's return a card component. This is imported from our components. And then inside of here, I will render a form element. Now for the action, I will leave it empty for now, since we don't have any action currently. Let's now render a card header. This is imported from the components. Then inside of this card header, let me render a card title. And then inside of this card title, let's just say new node. Then under this card title, let me render a card description imported from our components. And let's just say right here, you can now create your new nodes. Something like that. I think that's fine. We can actually save that and see how that looks like. So let me click right here on create a new node. And now you see how it currently looks like. So we have right here now new node, and right here you can create your new nodes. So looks quite nice, but still not perfect. We now have to actually make space so that the user can actually create a new node. So under the card header, I will now import the card content, again from our components. Let me give it a class name, which will be flex of call, and then gap y of actually 5. Now inside of here, let me render a div element. Let's give it a class name, which will be gap y of 2, flex, and then also flex of call. Now inside of this div element, I will render a label component, so from our components, and let's just say title. Then under this label, let's now render a input component, also imported from our components. This is a self-closing tag, and inside of here, let me give it a required field. Let's also do a type, which will be text. Let's also give it a name, so the name will just be title, and let's also give it a placeholder, and the placeholder will be title for your node. So let's save that. Let's see how that looks like. And yes, you now see the title and then also our input right here. Let me now also create our actual text area. So under this div element, let me create a new div element. Let's give it a class name, and this will be flex of call, and then gap y of 2. Inside of here, I will now render a label component as always. And let's just say right here, description. Now under this label, I want to render a text area, and I don't think we have that currently installed, and no, we don't. So let's again go to ui.shadcn.com, and what I want to do is install the text area component, since we want to write our description right here. So let me copy the installation command right here. We'll use npm. Let me open a new terminal tab, and then I will just paste it right here. So now we install the text area, and now I can use it right here. So let me get a text area from our components. This is again a self-closing tag. Let me give it a name. This will just be lowercase description. And let me also give it a placeholder. This will be describe your node as you want, something like that. And let's also do a required field. Let's see how that looks like. I saved it, and yes, it looks quite nice. So we now have a title input and a description input. Let's see how it looks like in light mode, and yes, it also looks very nice. Now the last two things I need are two buttons, so one button to go back and one button to save. So under this card content, I will now create actually a card footer. This is again imported from our components. Now for this card footer, let me give them class name, which will be flex and justify between, because I want to have these two buttons actually spaced between each other. Then inside of this card footer, let me render a button. Now this button is imported from our components. Let's right here get a link. So from next/link, we'll import a link component. And let's just say cancel. Then let's also give it an href, since that's of course very important. And the href will just be /dashboard. Let's save that. Let's see first of all how that looks. And we should now see on the bottom corner right here a cancel button. Now one thing I forgot right here for the button, let me give it also an as child element, and this should now actually look better. So yeah, cancel, and everything still works. Now the last thing we need is our submit button, and now I don't have to actually create a new submit button, because if you go to our submit buttons component, we already have right here on the top a submit button, and this is exactly what I need. So right here I can now just import our submit button, and then this is a self-closing tag. We can now save that, and now you should see right here two buttons, one cancel button and one save now button. Now what I want to change is currently that they both have the same color. So for the cancel button, let me actually give it a variant, and this will be actually just, I don't know, let's do secondary, or we could do destructive. Let's do destructive. This should now get this red color so that it shows like a danger. And yeah, I think that looks quite nice. We now have a color separation. Now, I think we should now actually make it work so that the user can actually create a new node, because this currently does not work. But before we do that, let's check out if the cancel button works. So I will click on that, and we should get redirected to the dashboard. And yes, this fully works. Let me click again on this button, and we get redirected to create a new node. So let's make now our server action work to create a new node. So right here above this return statement, but still in our function, let's do an async function. Let's just name it post data. Let me right here get the form data. This will be of type form data, and let me open that function. Now currently this is just a normal client async function, so let's mark it as use server so that React knows, hey, this is in server action. And then inside of here I have to get two things. I have to get a title and I have to get a description. How do we do that? Now if you have a good mind and you can remember, you should know that we just use form data. So I can do right here constant title, and this will be equal to form data, and now I want to get something. And what do I want to get? Well, I want to get the value of this input. This input has the name of title, so I can copy it and paste it right here. Let's also mark it as string actually. Then under that I also want to get the description. So let's do a constant description, and this will be equal to form data dot get, and I want to get the description, and we gave it a name of description. So let me copy that, paste it right here, and mark it as string. This looks quite nice. What we can do now is actually also post our data to the database. So let's do an await Prisma. Now Prisma does not import for me, so on top let's do an import Prisma, let me spell that correctly, from our lib folder, and let's do an await Prisma .node.create. Since we want to create a new node, we now have to pass some data actually, in total 3 values. We have to pass a user ID, this is in string, we have to pass a description, which is also in string, and we have to pass a title, which is also a string. So we almost have already all fields. So for the description, we can get the description right here. Then for the title, we can also already get it right here since we get it through the form data, and the only thing missing is the user ID. How do we get the user ID? Well, we again use this nice handy function provided by Kind. So I will go again to the navbar to actually copy the import statement. So right here, import get kind server session. Then on top, I will just import that, or I will again paste the import statement. And then right here, just above our async function post data, let's do a constant, let's destructured. This will be equal to get kind server session. And now I want to get the get user function. Now right here, let's do a constant user, and this will be equal to await get user. Now currently you see we get an error and it tells me await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So let's do an export default async function. Now we don't get any error anymore, and we can now pass right here our user.id. Now one thing I also want to do right here, just above where we get our form data, let's do an if statement, and if there's no user, let's throw a new error. So let's do an throw new error. And let's just say not authorized. Let's save that. So now I think this should actually work. And then the last thing I want to do is actually when the user, or when actually the server action is finished, I want to redirect the user again back to the dashboard. So what we'll do right here is return redirect. Let's do return. And then the redirect function is imported from next/navigation. And we want to redirect to /dashboard. So I will save that, and now I think it should work. The only thing is that we have to actually also give our form the action of post data. So for our form, let's give it an action, and this will be post data. So now let's save that, and let's see if that works. I will do a hard refresh again just to be safe. And then right here, let's just say for the title, new note. And then for the description, let's just say, hey, how are you? Let me now click on save now. We see in pending state. We should now get redirected to the dashboard route. So it still loads. Let's see. And now you see we got redirected to /dashboard. But now we don't see this default template anymore where we say, hey, please create a new node. But now we just see nothing. So what we have to do now is actually render our nodes in our dashboard index page. So let's first of all do that. Now to do that, let me again delete this div element. Let's create a new div element. Let's give it a class name, which will be flex of call, and then a gap y of 4. Inside of here, I want to now map over my data. So let's get data.map and then get our item. So let me now return that, and inside of here I want to now render a card component imported from our components. Let me first of all give it also a keyword here, because you see currently React actually complains a bit and it tells me missing key prop for element iterator. This is just for hydration, so let's do a key which will be item.id. Let me also give it a class name, and the class name will be flex, items which will be center, and then let's do a justify which will be between, and then also a padding which will be 4. Then inside of this card I will now render a div element, and then inside of this div element I'll render an h2, and then this h2 will just have our item.title. And let me save that, and let's see how that looks like. So now you see this one small card with our new node, which is the title of this node. So let's style the h1 actually, or the h2. Let's give it a class name, which will be font of semi-bold. Let's do a text, which will be XL, and then also text, which will be primary. Let me save that. Let's see how that looks like. And yes, this looks quite nice. Now let's also render right here the date when our node has been created, and then also on the right side a button to delete the new node and edit also the node. So under the h2, let me render a p element, and then right here we'll just do a new intl, so I think that's international, I'm not even sure, .date time format. Now what local do we want to use? We want to use en-uppercase US, and now I can also add a few more things. That's the date style. I want to have the full date style, and then right here at the end, let me just do a dot format, and this will be a new date, and we have to pass our item.createdAt. So if I now save that, let's go back, and yes, this looks quite nice, and I don't think we have to even change anything. So now what I want to do is right here on the right side, the two buttons which I already told you about, so the delete button and then also the edit button. So what we'll do right now is go under the p tag and under this div element, so just above the card component, let me render a new div element. Let's give it a class name, and this will be flex and gap x of 4. Then inside of here, let me render a new link component, and I have to of course give it an href. The href will right here be upperticks, and then let's say slash dashboard slash new. And let's use right here a dynamic value of item.id. Now, why exactly did I choose this, I guess, URL? So slash dashboard slash new, this is the route where we create a new node, and then slash item ID, this will be our unique identifier with which I can then later on edit our node. Now, inside of this link component, let's render a button component. And now for the button, let me first of all give it a variant. The variant will be outline, and let me also give it a size, and the size will be icon. Then inside of this button, let me render our edit icon from Lucid React. And then inside of here, let me give it a class name of W4 and H of 4. Let me save that, and now let's see how that looks. So yeah, as you see, this button looks quite nice. Now the next button is this delete button. So under this link component, let me now render a form element. Let me delete the action for now, since I don't have any. And then right here, let me render a button component. For the button, let me just get a trash icon, so from Lucid React, and then let me give it a class name, and the class name will be height 4 and width of 4. Also for the button, let me give it a variant, and the variant should be actually destructive, and let's also give it in size, and the size will be of icon. Let me save that, let's see how that looks like. So on the right side, we should now have a red icon with a trash icon. And yes, that's exactly what you see, you have a red button with a trash icon inside of it. So this looks quite nice in my opinion. Let's see it in dark mode, and yes, in dark mode it also looks very nice. But if I now click on this edit icon right here, we'll get redirected to slash dashboard slash new slash an ID, but we get an 404 not found. Why do we get an 404 not found? Well, that's because we currently don't have the route which would work for this dynamic slug. So let's actually create one. To create one, what I'll do now is open our Explorer, go in the app folder, in the dashboard folder, in the new folder, and then let's create a new folder with these brackets and say ID. Now, what are these brackets actually? So if I use these brackets in a Next.js context, I tell Next.js, hey, this route should be a dynamic route, and then with this ID name, I can get it then through the params. So this ID can be anything. So as we see right here, this ID or just some gibberish, but later on, I can then just get this gibberish through the params. So through the params.id name. Now inside of here, inside of this folder, let me create a new page.tsx, and let's do an export default function. Let's say dynamic route, and let me just return that right here. Now inside of here, let me create a return statement. Now for the return statement, I won't write the code again. Right here for our slash new route, it will be actually the same code. So let me just copy that. Let's paste it right here. The only thing we have to do is now import everything. So let me import the card from our components. Let me import the card header from our components. Let me import the card title from the components. The same for the description from our components. Let's import the label from our components. Let's import the input from our components. Then let's get the card content also from our components. Then also the text area, of course. Let's get the card footer. Let's also get the button right here. Let's get the submit button. And then let's also get the link component from next/link. Let me also delete this action right here, since we currently don't have an action. Let me now save that, and now we shouldn't get any error anymore. So I will refresh the page, and now we should see in a second that everything still looks nice. And yes, this looks nice, but let's change it. Instead of new node, let's say edit node. So right here, let's just say edit node. And then for the card description, let's just say right here, you can now edit your node. I think that's actually fine. Let me now save that, and let's see. Yes, we have now a title, edit node, and right here you can now edit your nodes. This looks nice. But now I actually also want to fetch the data so that I can propagate it right here for the title and the description. For that, right here above our export default function, let's do an async function, which will be get data, and then let me open that. Now inside of here, let's do a constant data, which will be equal to await Prisma. Now Prisma does not import for me, so on top, let's do an import Prisma from our lib folder. And right here we can now do an await Prisma.node.find unique, since I want to find a unique node. Now we have to add a where statement, and now inside of this where statement I actually have to check two things. So first of all, the ID of the node has to be the same, and then also the user ID has to be corresponding to the current user. So what we'll do right here in the params, let me destructure the user ID, and then let me also get a node ID. Now let's give it also in type, since currently TypeScript complains. So the user ID will be of type string, and then the node ID will be also of type string. So now we don't get any errors anymore, and now instead of using these empty strings, for the ID I can give it a node ID, and then for the user ID I can give it the user ID. Now let me also select a few things. So let's create a select statement, and then let's select the title. So let's set that to true. Let me also get the description. Let's set that to true, and let me get the ID, and let's set that also to true. Now the last thing is what we have to do is return the data, and now let's get it in the front end. So let's do constant data, which will be equal to await get data. And now we get two errors. The first one is await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So let's mark it as async. And then also right here for get data, we have to pass our user ID and the node ID. Let's first of all pass the user ID. So in the nav bar, I will just copy again this import statement to get our client server session. Let me paste the import statement right here. And then above const data, let's just do a const. Let me destructure it. This will be equal to get client server session. And I want to get the user right here. Then let's also do a constant user, which will be equal to await get user. And now I can pass our user ID right here. So right here, I will have our user ID, and this will be equal to user.id as string. Now the next thing I have to pass is the node ID, and I already told you I will get it through the params. So right here, I can now destructure our params, and we also have to give it a type, and the type will be params, which will be equal right here to ID, which is string. So now we know params has an ID, and the ID is string. So right here I can now just get our node ID, and this will be equal to params.id. Now you see we don't get any errors anymore, and this now fully works. So what I can do now for our title is give it a default value, and the default value will be a data.title. Let's do the same also for the description or the text area, and let's say default value, and this will be a data.description. Let me actually save that. Let's go back, and now we should see a title and a description. And now that's exactly what you see. You right here see new node, and then also, hey, how are you? So this fully works now. And now I think the second step is actually to make it work that we can save our edits, because currently this button does not work. Let me first of all see if I click on cancel, do I get redirected? And let's see, yes, I got redirected again to my node. Let me again click on edit, and hey, this fully works. So now let's actually make our server action work. Let's do an async function. This will be called post data, and then let me open that. Right here in the params, let me get the form data. This will be equal to form data, or the type will be form data. And then inside of here, let me mark it as use server, since this is of course a server action. Now inside of here, let's first of all do an if check. If there is no user, let's just throw a new error, and let's just say you are not allowed, something like that, whatever you want. Then inside of here, we of course now want to get the title and the description. How do we do that? Well, we get it through the form data. So let's do constant title. This will be equal to form data.get, and I want to get right here the value from this input, and the input has the name of title. So I will copy that and paste it, and let's do an as string. I want to also get a description, so let's do a constant description, and this will be equal to form data.get, and I want to get a text area with the name of description. I will copy that, paste that, and let's do an as string. Now the last step is just to update our node. So let's do an await prisma.node.update, since I want to only update one node. Now inside of here, I have to give it a where statement, and I want to edit the node where the ID is equal to our data.id, and also where the user ID is equivalent to the user.id. Now let's update also some data. And right here, I want to update the description. This will be equal to our description, and then also the title, which will be also equal to our title. So now this should actually in theory work. Let's give our form actually first of all an action also, which will be post data. And before I actually test it out, one thing I also want to do is when our server action is done, I want to redirect the user again back to the dashboard. So let's right here do a return redirect. Redirect is imported from next/navigation, and let's just redirect to /dashboard. Let me now see if this works. I will do a hard refresh to be safe. And now let's edit our title from new node to old node. I know, very, very original. Now let me click on save now. We have a pending state and we should now get redirected to our dashboard. So let's wait for that. And as you see, I got redirected to our dashboard and now we have an old node right here. But currently you see it got updated to this title old node, but in a production environment this would not fully work because we actually haven't cache. So what I'll do after this await Prisma, I will do a revalidate path since I want to actually revalidate our data after it has been created. So let's do a /dashboard just to be safe in the production environment. So now you see it works. I can click again on the edit icon right here. I will get redirected. Let me again change it to new node. Let me click on save now. This will now again save and should again redirect us to our dashboard. And yes, we got redirected and we have now again the new title of new node. So this now fully works. And the last step is to actually make also the deleting work. So let's make that also work. For that, let me scroll down again right here in the dashboard page. And right here we have a form, as you can remember. Let me first of all give the button right now a type, which will be submit. And now we have to create a server action so that we can actually delete the node. So on top, let me create a new server action right here. So just above the return statement, I will do an async function. Let's call it delete node. And then inside of here, let me get the form data. This will be of type form data. And let me open that function. Now inside of here, let's mark it as use server as we always do. But now we have a problem, right? We want to delete one specific node, and to delete a specific node, I have to get the ID. Now you might ask yourself, how do you do that? It isn't that easy because our data is an array and I don't have the ID. Well, we'll now go back to the old PHP times and we'll create an input type hidden. So right above the button right here, I will create an input which will be of type hidden. I will give it a name which will be node ID, and I will give it also a value of item.id. So now we have right here the node ID, and if I copy the name now, what I can do is get it through the form data. So I can do a const node ID, and this will be equal to actually form data.get, and I want to get our node ID. Let me also mark it as string, and now we get the actual ID of the current node which I want to delete. Now let's right here do await prisma.node.delete, and I only have to pass now one thing, and that's the where. So which node do I want to delete? And I want to delete the node where the ID is equal to the node ID. Let's now actually test it out. So I will copy the name of delete node. Let's give it our form. So let's give it an action of delete node. And in theory, this should now work. I will now refresh our page again just to be safe. And now let me click on this delete button. So in theory, everything should now be deleted. But now the weird thing is, even though I clicked on the button to delete our node is still here. Well, why is that? Because if I now refresh our page, so I do a hard refresh, you will see that our node isn't there anymore. And yeah, the node is not here anymore. But why was the node still there when I clicked on delete? Well, that's just a cache thing. With Next.js, you have to revalidate your cache to see an update. So after we done this await prisma node.delete, we can use right here a function which is called revalidate path, imported from next/cache. And now we have to pass the URL which I want to revalidate. And I want to revalidate the /dashboard route. So let me save that and we can try it again. So let me click on create new node. Since we will create a new node, let's just say right here new node, and let's say, hey, how are you? Let me click on save now. We now have a pending state. I should now get redirected to /dashboard. That's exactly what happened. You now see this node right here and our trash icon. I will now click on this icon and now our node should get deleted, and we also should see a revalidation of the cache so that the node goes away. And that's exactly what happened. Our node is not there anymore and everything has been done automatically without me hard refreshing. Isn't that nice? Let's test out everything again. I will click on create new node. Let's say, hey, new node. Let's say, hey, how are you? Let me click on save now. We have now in pending state as always. then we should get redirected to /dashboard. Now we are in /dashboard. I can click on this edit icon now, so we'll get redirected to /new /to the ID. I can now change it from hey new node to hey old node. Let's also change a bit of the description. And now let me click on save now. This will now again have a pending state, and we should again get actually redirected to /dashboard. And now you see this works. Let me now click on the delete button, and now this should also delete for us. Now one thing we could maybe do is add a delete state for the delete button, or a pending state, I'm sorry. Let me create a new node first of all. Let me add some description. Let's click on save now. And let's actually also now create this pending state for this trash icon. So where do we have it? That's right here. So let's again go to our submit functions file, and we'll create a new function right here. Let's do an export function. Let's name it trash delete. And let me open that. Inside of here, let me get this pending state. So I will copy that and paste that. And then inside of here, let's do a return statement. So let's use these empty brackets, and let's use again in ternary. So if this is true, so if pending is true, let's return something. And if this is false, let's return something else. If this is currently not true, so the button is not pending, let me just copy the button from here, and I will just paste it down below. And if this is true, I will also paste it right here. Let me import the trash icon for both from Lucid React. And one thing I want to change is if we are pending, I don't want to render in trash icon, but I want to render the loader to icon. And for the class name, I will leave everything the same. I will just add an animate of spin. Now we can save that. I will copy the name, and then instead of rendering the button right here, let me render our trash delete function. I will import that from our components. Let's save that. One thing I will change right here is instead of type submit, so when it's pending, let's add a disabled state. And I think this should now work. So let's go back. We got now actually redirected to /dashboard. And now let me click on the trash icon. You now see this pending state that we are currently deleting. And then we should actually get revalidated, so the cache. And as you see, we don't have a node anymore. Does that not look beautiful? I think it works great. Honestly, I think we are now done. I'm now again on our index page, so our marketing site, and I just want to test out if everything works. So I will again click on sign in right here. This will now redirect me to the dashboard page. And now I'm in /dashboard. Let's see if everything works. Let's start with the settings page right here. You see now I'll get redirected to /settings. Let me, for example, change my name to just Jan, and let's change our color scheme to green. So right here we have green, and let me click on save now. So this should now actually revalidate our cache, and then our theme should change. So you see this happened. Now let me click on billing right here. We should now see the customer portal, and that's exactly what I see. Let me click on view payment details. I should now get redirected to Stripe, and that's also exactly what happened as you see right here. Let me again click right here to get back to our dashboard, so to our actual website. And now let's actually create a new node. So let me click on create new node. I will now get redirected to dashboard/new. Let's right here for a title say, hello, this is very cool. And for description, some gibberish, because why not? Let me now click on save now. We have now a pending state, and we should again get redirected to /dashboard. And that's exactly what happened. I can again click right here to edit our node. Let me just change the title to hello, this is a very cool thing. And let me click on save now. It will again revalidate the cache and then redirect me to /dashboard. So now you see we got redirected and we see our node right here. Let me click on delete, and this should now also actually work. And yes, as you see, our node got deleted and practically actually everything works. And now we have only one more problem before we can actually go and deploy our application. And the problem is that actually currently every user, even though when the user is not subscribed to our billing plan or to our subscription, can actually create a node. We don't want to do that, so what will we do? Well, let's go inside of dashboard/page, so inside of our dashboard index page. And what I'll do right here is actually just check if the user has an active subscription. If the user does not have an active subscription, we will redirect the user to our billing page, and if the user has an active subscription, we'll just leave the user where he is. So now to actually get the current subscription status of the user, what I'll do is actually write my query right here a bit different. Let me first of all comment it out for now, and let's right here do a constant data. This will be equal to await Prisma.user.findUnique. I want to find a unique user where the user ID, so right here the ID will be equal to the user ID. Now right here I want to actually select a few things. So first of all, I want to get the nodes, so let's set that to true, and I also want to get a subscription, and from here I will now actually select our status. This is all I need, so I only need the nodes and I need my subscription status, and now I can return this data. Now we see we get a bit of an error right here, so data.length does not exist. We want to get now the data.nodes actually. And now we get another error, and data.nodes.length is possibly undefined. So how do we fix that? Well, actually, instead of checking for is it smaller than 1, let's just do if it's equal to 0, then this error is gone. And then right here, we also have to do in data.nodes.map. Now we see we right here don't get any errors anymore, and if I would save that and go back and just reload the data again, or our dev server in that sense, you would still see that everything works as it worked before. But what I want to do now right here for this button where we actually link the user to create a new node, I want to check if the user has an active subscription. So let's use internally right here. So if data.subscription.status is actually equal to active, let's return something, and if this is false, let's return something else. Let me now paste the both buttons again back, or the one button into both spots, and if this is true, we will now actually redirect to dashboard/new, so this is correct. But if this is false, let's redirect to /dashboard/billing. So I can now save that, and if I now go back and now hover over create a new node, on the bottom left corner you now see that it still links to /dashboard/new. But if I now actually sign out and sign in with a new account which does not have a subscription, so let me do that real quick. So I have now signed in with a new account which does not actually already, I guess, exist or does not have an active subscription. And if I now hover over the button, you see it now links to /dashboard/billing. Now, I also have to do the same for this button, so let me just copy this whole ternary. Let's go right here where we have this button. Where is it actually? Right here we have this button, and I will just copy and actually paste it. And if I now go back and hover over this button, let me first of all maybe refresh the data and hover over the button, you now see it also redirects to /billing. So both buttons now redirect to /billing. Let me actually click on a button, and now you will see we got redirected to /billing. So this works perfectly now, which is quite nice. So what can we do now? Well, I think we can actually now almost deploy our application, because before I actually deploy our application, I want to talk about one error which we currently have. So in development environments with Next.js, our pages are not actually cached. But this is actually a problem, because when we deploy our application to vercel, our data will be automatically cached. And then the problem would be that we wouldn't get any fresh data, but everything would be static, and we don't want to do that. So what we have to do, for example, for like the settings page, we have to tell Next.js, hey, please don't cache this page, leave it dynamic, and yeah, this shouldn't be cached. So we have to explicitly tell that Next.js, and then Next.js will, I guess, tell it vercel, however you want to see that. And for that, there's actually a very handy function provided by Next.js. So let me show it to you. So what I can import right here from next/cache is unstable no store, and we can do an as no store. And with that, whenever I use that, I tell my page, hey, please don't be cached, or I tell vercel in that sense, please don't cache this page, please make it dynamic. So where do I use it now? Well, I use it where I fetch my data. So I fetch my data in this async function get data. So let me use this no store right here. But now we actually have to add this no store function everywhere where we fetch data. So let me actually copy this import statement right here. Let's go inside of this layout.tsx. We also have to import it right here since we fetch data. I don't need the revalidate path right here. I only need no store. Then we go where we fetch our data. That's this async get data. And we can now use it right here. So no store, and we can call it. Then let's go right here inside of the page.tsx. We again have to do the same. So let me just import it right here. I can delete this old import, and let's use it also right here inside of this async function get data. Let me add no store right here and then also call it. Then let's go inside of this new page, so page.tsx inside of this new folder. And then right here, I actually also have to add it, since we don't directly use an async function get data, but we actually use kind to fetch our user. So let me actually import it right here. So our no store, I don't need this revalidate path right here. I can delete it from here. And let me just call no store now from here also. Now let's go inside of our ID and then also right here in the page.tsx. Now right here we actually use an async function get data, so I can also use it right here. So let me just call it right here where we actually get our data. Then let's go inside of the billing page and also call it from here, since we also have an async function get data. Let me add the import right here. I don't need revalidate path in this page, and let me call it inside of this async function get data. Now, where else do we have it? We have billing. I think the last page is right here, the index page, or I'm sorry, not the index page, but the root layout, since we actually also fetch data inside of this root. So right here, we get an async function get data. So let me again add the import, and we don't need the revalidate path function. I only need no store, and then I can just add it right here. Now, this should actually be already all for the caching side of things. And I think we can actually deploy our application. Let me now think about it if I'm missing something. Now, maybe one thing we can add just to prevent the error, since this error just comes every time when you use Next.js and Prisma, that's to add a post install script. If you didn't know, the issue with Next.js, or with vercel, I'm sorry, vercel is in serverless platform. And the problem is then that it actually caches the build generation. So we have to actually tell vercel that it has to automatically run a Prisma generate command when we deploy our application. If we don't do that, we'll get errors. So I just added right here this post installed script. So post install, and this just says Prisma generate. Now this should be all actually, so let's actually test out and deploy it. So let me now go to github.com actually, and first of all create a new GitHub repository. So I'm now at github.com/new to create a new repository. Let's give it a name of Marshall SaaS. I think this should be fine. And yes, this is, as you see right here, available. I will make it public, and then let me click on create repository. Then right here you now see instructions on how to create your repository. So let's do that. I will open my terminal, stop the dev server right here. Then right here let's do a git init to initialize a new repository. Let's do a git add everything within dot. Let's do a git commit -m, and let's just say finished project. Let me click enter. And then I will right here copy this git branch m main. So I will paste it right here. Let me copy the remote origin. I will paste it right here. And then at last, let me copy this push command, enter that. And now our code will be pushed to GitHub, as you see right here. So let's go back. Let's actually reload our page right here. And now you see the code right here. So I'm now at vercel.com/new. So I can right here now click import for Marshall SaaS. And before I click anything, there's one important thing. We have to add environment variables. So let me actually go to my env file. Let me copy paste everything and just add it inside of here. Now there's one important thing I want you to know. I will now click deploy. Now this is actually very interesting. I got 0 errors in the deployment. Hey, it was a successful deployment. Cool, right? So we have now loaded our app right here. And you see the index page. Now, before I click sign in or sign up, I know we'll get an error because there are currently the callbacks not configured correctly. Let's first of all see if light mode works. I know, interesting. Let me refresh the page, and yes, it works. It's being kept persisted. Let me now actually go to the kind of website, since I will actually have to add a few callback URLs. So let me actually open a new tab and let's go to kind. So I'm now at kind.com and I'm actually in the dashboard, as you see right here. And what I want you to do now is click on settings right here. Then let's scroll down, let's click on applications, and let's click on view details. Now right here, as you see, we have currently two callback URLs. So currently an allowed callback URL and then also an allowed logout redirect URL. Now currently both are localhost 3000, but we want to actually get our URL right here. So I will copy this URL actually. Let's paste it right here down below for our allowed callback URL. And then let me copy the /API/auth/kind_callback. I will paste it now right here. And now we have a new URL of marshall/sas.vercel.app/API/auth/kind_callback. It's now of course important that you change the URL right here to the URL which you get, because your URL will of course not be the same. Now for the allowed logout redirect URL, let me again copy my URL and then just paste it down below. Let me delete the slash at the end so that I just have at the end this .app. Please do the same. And now let's click on save. Don't forget to save, it's very important. So now you see it has been successfully saved. Let me now actually go back to vercel. And now right here in vercel, we now have the kind client ID, kind client secret. Nothing changes right here. The kind issue URL also does not change, but the kind site URL does now change. So let me click on edit right here. And instead of using localhost 3000, I can just copy it from right here. It will be https marshall-sas.vercel.app. I will copy it and just paste it right here. Again, it's very important that at the end you don't have a slash, but it ends with .app. Now let me click on save right here. Now the next thing we have to change is the kind post logout redirect URL. So let me right here click on edit, and this will be again the same URL which I've already pasted right here for the kind issuer URL. Now it's again important, please don't add the slash at the end, leave it with .app. Let me now click on save, and then the last environment variable which we need is the kind post login redirect URL. Let me click right here on edit actually. And what we have to do now is again, instead of localhost 3000, I will just paste my actual URL /dashboard. Let me now click on save. So now we have added all environment variables for kind. So in theory, kind is now done. But one thing which is currently missing is the Stripe webhook secret. So let me go to Stripe right now. So I'm now in Stripe as you see. Now let me click on developers. Then let's click on webhooks. And then right here, let's click on add endpoint. Now right here, I have to add an endpoint URL. Now the endpoint URL will be actually my URL. So I will copy paste that /API/webhook and then /Stripe. Now I want you to make sure that you spell the endpoint URL correctly, because if you don't do so, this webhook won't work, and this is of course not what we want. So now we will listen to events on my account. This is correct. So right here, the first event which we need right here is the checkout session not completed. So let's search for checkout, and this is right here, checkout session completed. And then the next event which we need is the invoice payment succeeded. So let me search for invoice payment. So invoice.payment.succeeded. Let me click right here, and now let's click on add events. So we have now in total 2 events, and that's good. And I can click on add endpoint. Now what I want you to do is right here click on the signing secret, since that's what we need for our webhook secret. I will now just copy the value. Let me go to vercel and add it right here for the Stripe webhook secret. Let me click on edit, and let me just paste the value right here. Now you see it's a bit shorter than the test variable, but that's fine. I can now click on save. This will now also add to our environment variables. And now I can click right here on the deployments tab and just click right here on redeploy. This will just redeploy our application with the new environment variables. So now let's actually wait for it to be deployed. So our application has now been successfully deployed, as you see right here. And while waiting for the deployment, I already knew I forgot one thing to add, but that's fine. Let's actually see it in production when the error occurs. Let me now click right here on sign in. This will now redirect us to the kind website. So let's see. Now right here, I will again just log in with my Google account. So let me do that real quick. And now you see I got redirected to /dashboard. If I now hover over this link, I can actually create a new node. So let's right here just write something. hey, super cool, and some gibberish for the description. Let me click on save now. We have this beautiful pending state as you see right here, and will now actually get redirected to /dashboard. So this works. Let me now, for example, actually delete this node again. You see we right here have a pending state, and it has automatically revalidated the cache. Let me now click on settings right here. You see now the settings. Let me change the color scheme to orange. Let me click on save now. You now see that it has been changed to orange. Let me click on billing right here. And right here you can now see I can actually view my payment details. So let me click on view payment details. And now you see I will actually get redirected to our Stripe dashboard, which is cool. Let me again now click on to go back, and now you'll see the problem. We got redirected to localhost 3000. This is not what we wanted, right? But don't worry, we will fix that. Before we do that, let me again now sign out and sign in with a new account which currently does not have a subscription. So I now signed in with a new account which does not have a subscription. If I now hover over create new node, you will see I will get redirected to our billing page. Let me click on create subscription. This should now actually redirect us to Stripe checkout. So what I can do right now is just add some card data. So let me do the test card. I will now click on subscribe, and now we should actually get redirected. So where will we get redirected? It will probably again be localhost 3000, and you see we got redirected to localhost 3000 /payment/success. Now let's again first of all check if our webhook actually worked. So I will just reload the application right here, and right here I should now be able to create a new node. Let me actually hover over it, and yes, you see I can now create a new node. And that's because we actually got the webhook event and we updated our database with a new active state for my account. Great, right? It's fully working. So now let's fix this little problem with the URL, and then we'll be done for today. So what we can do right here in our environment variable is just add a production_URL. And then for the value, I will just copy my URL right here. So marshall_sas.app. So I will paste it right here. Let me save that. And now let me actually open our billing file, so our page.tsx in the billing folder. And then right here you see we have two async functions. So the create subscription function and the create customer portal function. What I can do right here now is actually again use ternary. So if the process.env.node.env is equal to production, let me right here return a process.env. How did we name it? We named it production URL. I will copy it, paste it right here as string, and if this is not true, we will actually use localhost 3000 as you see right here. Now right here it shouldn't be in question mark but in colon, and now you see we don't get any error anymore. One thing I will do right now in our env, let me delete the slash at the end. I only want the .app at the end. Now we'll also do the same for the customer portal right here. So let's write do a process.env.node.env. If this is equal to production, let's right here use a question mark, and let's return process.env. I want to have this production URL, so I will copy it and paste it just to be sure. And if this is not true, let's use a colon to return localhost 3000 /dashboard. Now this should be actually working. So let me first of all go to my env. Let me copy this environment variable, so our production URL. Let me go to vercel right now. I'm now in vercel. Let me click on settings. Let me click on environment variables, and let me just add this environment variable right here. Now let me click on save, and right here we have to now push our code to GitHub. So let me again open my terminal. I will clear everything. Let's do a git add everything with a dot, git commit -m, and then let's just say added new env. Let's click enter, and let's do a git push. This will now again push our code to GitHub. And you'll see right here, if I click on deployments, that vercel will automatically rebuild our application, which is quite nice. So now let's wait till it's done. So now it has been again deployed. So let me click again on our new URL. And now we should see I'm again in our dashboard. I can now click on billing. I can click on view payment details. We'll be redirected to the Stripe dashboard. And if I now click to go back, you will see I will now get redirected to our actual URL and not anymore to localhost 3000. Let me again create a new node. So let me right here write some title, let me create some description, some gibberish, let me click on save now. I will now get redirected again to our dashboard. Let me click on edit to edit our node. Let me just delete at the end this ASDF, And right here, let's just add some more description. Let me click on save now. We will again get redirected. As you see, I can now delete the node again. Then I can click on settings right here. Let's change the color scheme to green, or let's actually change it to yellow. We didn't have yellow right now. And now you will see this will also change, which is great, right? So you see everything fully works now. So now I think we're actually done. So thank you guys for watching. I hope you could learn a lot. Thank you Kind for sponsoring today's video. And now I hope I can see you in the next video. So bye.